Chapter 2308. This was an auction held in the name of the princess, so naturally, there would be plenty of treasures inside. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. As long as Yi Xian could get what he wanted, his strength would definitely increase greatly. Moreover, ordinary resources were no longer enough to satisfy Yi Xian's needs. Therefore, Yi Xian could exchange these things he didn't need for what he needed. Of course, before that, Yi Xian still had to think of a way to get some capital. After all, for such a large-scale auction, Yi Xian probably didn't even have the qualifications to enter. It was a pity that the resources in the ancient zither space could only be automatically produced and couldn't be harvested by Yi Xian. Otherwise, there would definitely be a lot of good things inside. After Miyu left, Yi Xian also left the ancient sound pavilion. However, halfway there, he heard a system notification. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. The first batch of resources in the ancient zither space can be harvested. Host, please choose the harvesting method. System, what does that mean? Harvest method? Ding! System notification. Due to the special nature of the ancient zither space, it can harvest ordinary resources once every 500 years and special resources once every 5,000 years. In other words, host can harvest ordinary resources once every 10 days and special resources once every 100 days. Ding! Host, please take note. The ancient zither mystery dimension was originally an ancient mystery dimension. Therefore, the ordinary resources in the ancient zither mystery dimension are equivalent to the current special resources, and special resources are equivalent to rare resources. Ding! System notification. According to the system's analysis, it is recommended that hosts set a portion of the harvested resources as various rewards and return them to the ancient zither mystery dimension to obtain the faith of the ancient zither mystery dimension. Holy shit! Yi Xian almost forgot about the faith of the gods. One had to know that there were many powerhouses in the ancient zither mystery dimension. Moreover, a day in the ancient zither mystery dimension was 50 years in the ancient zither mystery dimension. How much faith would this give to Yi Xian? Yi Xian had a feeling that he was going to hit the jackpot. Leaving a portion of the resources in exchange for the faith of the gods was definitely a win-win situation. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't hesitate. Alright, system, we'll follow your plan and leave a portion of the resources as rewards. Yi Xian made the final decision. Then, the system extracted the reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 103 ordinary resources from the ancient zither space. Ding! Detected special resources, frost soul destroying grass, dragon soul essence, etc. Ding! Detected a special resource that can be used on a dragon soul sword servant, dragon soul essence. Ding! The host is currently lacking in resources and cannot directly become a dragon soul sword servant. The resources are temporarily stored. The series of notifications made Yi Xian extremely excited. This time, he was really going to strike it rich. To be able to harvest a resource every 50 days, although it was said that the harvest was random, it was definitely not a small income. System, gather all the normal resources that I don't need. It's time for me to level up. Yi Xian was starting to look down on those normal resources now. He was not even in the mood to go to the auction to exchange for them. After all, he now had a treasure trove that allowed him to withdraw resources wirelessly. Ding! System notification, sorting successful. Alright, then, let's devour them. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently at upper grade 6 True God Realm. Only one level up? Alright, normal resources are really useless. Yi Xian did not go out again. Instead, he rested for a while in the Kunlun domain before preparing to attend Miyu's party. However, when Yi Xian arrived, he found out that today was not a simple party like Miyu had said. It was Miyu's birthday. Generally speaking, very few people in the God realm celebrated their birthday. After all, they did not have enough time to cultivate every day, so who would have the mood to celebrate their birthday? However, for a princess like Miyu, it was a different story. She had a large amount of resources for her cultivation, so every 100 years, she would celebrate her birthday. As for the exact age of his birthday, no one would care. Yi Xian did not know this, so he went to the Divine Master Palace empty-handed. The place where Miyu lived was called the Divine Master Palace. At least in the Kunlun domain, when people mentioned the Divine Master Palace, they would naturally know where it was. This day could be considered a major event in the Kunlun domain. Although there were not many people from the older generation present, every aristocratic family, ancient family, and large sect had sent their elite disciples. It was very lively. When Yi Xian arrived, Kuan Buyu was already waiting there. Kuan Buyu, what are you doing here? Why aren't you going in? Forget it, there are all disciples of great aristocratic families inside. I'm just the heir of the Kuan Nan family. How can I be sent in? I'll just wait outside. Clearly, even someone like Kuan Buyu felt a little uncomfortable in this place. What did I say? We're here because of Miyu. What does it have to do with anyone else? Come on, let's go in together. Kuan Buyu hesitated for a moment, but still followed Yi Xian. To Kuan Buyu, this was an opportunity. However, before they could enter, they were stopped by 2 guards. Stop right there. You're not allowed to enter. Yi Xian looked at the 2. Both of them had the word Li embroidered on their chests. Clearly, they were not guards of the Divine Master Palace. Moreover, Yi Xian had already seen the mocking from a distance. That kid must be Yi Xian, right? He really thinks he's some big shot. I've done some research. This kid isn't even from our Kunlun domain. He came from a small corner of the wilderness. Does he really think he's some big shot just because he knows the princess? Isn't that so? Brotherly, you're the most direct. I'd like to see what that kid can do. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Yi Xian did not know these guys at all. However, it was clear that they were deliberately looking for trouble with him. System, detect the strength of these 2 guards. Ding. System notification, target is at Soldier Grade 9 Upper True God Realm. True God Realm? So what if there was a title in front of him? Yi Xian did not hesitate and threw a punch at them. After all, this was the Divine Master Palace, so Yi Xian could not kill anyone. However, he could still teach these 2 guards a lesson. Boom! 1 punch. With just 1 punch, Yi Xian sent the 2 guards flying. Although these guards did not dare to attack, at the same time, it also proved Yi Xian's strength. How dare you? Where did this arrogant kid come from? How dare you cause trouble in the Divine Master Palace? Men, throw him out. The Li family's young master saw his own people being taken advantage of and felt that he had lost face. He stood out and shouted loudly. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. Chapter 2309. Even though the Kunlun God domain was huge, only a handful of factions were qualified to enter the Divine Master Palace. Thus, most of them knew each other. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. However, not many people knew Yi Xian, who had suddenly appeared. Thus, even though the young master of the Li family was clearly looking for trouble with Yi Xian, no one would stop him. Some people did not know who Yi Xian was, so they just wanted to watch the show. There were also some people who knew who Yi Xian was, but they also wanted to watch the show. Thus, at this moment, no one would speak up for Yi Xian. Instead, they just stood aside and watched Yi Xian make a fool of himself. Following the young master of the Li family's order, 2 more Li family guards rushed over. This time, they were clearly much stronger than Yi Xian. Just the pressure they emitted was enough to make Yi Xian feel fear. Yi Xian did have a way to deal with these guys. He could even crush them. He could use Grand Sovereign Guqin's Transcendence Idol. Once the Transcendence Idol was used, no one could stop it. However, Yi Xian naturally could not use the Transcendence Idol now. After all, these people only wanted to humiliate Yi Xian. They were not in any life-threatening situation. However, just as Yi Xian was about to leave, he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous feeling in his heart. At the same time, the system's shrill alarm sounded. Ding! Warning! Warning! Host is in a life-threatening situation. Ding! Warning! Warning! Host is in a life-threatening situation. Damn it! Yi Xian was extremely shocked. These people actually wanted to kill him. However, Yi Xian quickly understood that this young master who left home clearly had complete confidence in himself. He clearly knew that he wasn't from the Kunlun divine domain and didn't have any backing. Speaking of backing, perhaps it was only because he knew Miyu and Miyu. However, it was precisely because Yi Xian knew Miyu and Miyu that Yi Xian deserved to die even more. There were indeed many people in the Divine Master Palace right now. However, wasn't the realm of the gods a world where the strong preyed on the weak? In this place, the strong were respected. What was Yi Xian to him? He was nothing. If Yi Xian was killed now, he would only be scolded at most. He wouldn't even be scolded because he was a powerful young master after all. No matter what Mi Yan did, she couldn't possibly say that she was punishing him. Damn it! Damn it! Yi Xian never imagined that he would encounter such a situation in the Divine Master Palace. Yi Xian did not even have the time to detect the guard's strength, because that person's attack had already reached him. Golden lightning flashed continuously in that person's hand. In an instant, it completely engulfed Yi Xian. In other words, Yi Xian was in a situation where death was certain. As the lightning flashed, everyone looked in Yi Xian's direction. Kuan Buyu, who could fight Yi Xian to a standstill, was sent flying by that person's glare. Everyone looked in their direction. Some were puzzled, but most were disdainful. As time passed, seeing that Yi Xian was completely surrounded by lightning, those people actually began to celebrate in advance. Huh, an overconfident brat. An ant like him dares to have designs on Her Highness the Princess? Doesn't he know who he is? Just him? Is he even fit to interact with Her Highness the Princess? Huh, that's right, that's right. Young Master Li is really brave. We gave him some face on account of Her Highness. Actually, we couldn't wait to kill him. Us? Young Master Li said that the Li family is an ancient family. Even the Divine Master has to give them some face. Killing an ant like him is as easy as crushing an ant. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame that guy for overestimating himself. He died for nothing. Everyone was discussing, but no one stood up for Yi Xian. Everyone pointed their spears at Yi Xian, saying that Yi Xian deserved to die. It seemed that these people were certain that Yi Xian would definitely die. Indeed, these people were not wrong to think that way. Rejects because the person who attacked was a divine king. Even if he was just a low-level divine king. However, a divine king was an existence that surpassed the divine lord realm. If a terrifying person made a move to deal with a mere true god realm little fellow, wasn't this a matter without any suspense? Could it be that there would still be people who doubted that a divine king realm's super powerhouse would not be able to take down a mere true god realm ant? As time passed, many people started to frown. Because logically speaking, when a divine king realm powerhouse made a move, even if it was still using a finger, it was already enough to crush a true god realm ant. However, so much time had passed, but why was there still a stalemate? At this moment, Yi Xian heard the system's notification. Ding! System notification detected that the host is facing a fatal threat. The system automatically chose a defensive plan. Ding! System notification detected that the only plan the host can use is to summon Supreme Ancient Zither Dharma power. Ding! System notification, Dharma power summon successful. Boom! A vast and boundless pressure erupted from within the lightning. The entire Divine Master Palace, no, it should be the entire Divine Master Palace in this realm domain, including everyone in the surrounding 10-odd realms, felt a superpower that was absolutely irresistible. Countless people knelt on the ground, regardless of whether they were divine lords or divine kings. Even the person in front of Yi Xian knelt on the ground under the sudden burst of pressure. However, the lightning was destroyed in an instant, and a figure walked out directly. Who else could it be but Yi Xian? Yi Xian's face was ashen. Behind him, an illusory figure stood guard. It was Supreme Ancient Zither's Dharma power. The vast and boundless fluctuation had erupted from the Dharma power. Good, very good, very good. You want to kill me? Yi Xian's voice was filled with killing intent. With a wave of his hand, the divine king who had suppressed Yi Xian and could have killed Yi Xian had fallen. Then, Yi Xian walked towards the young master of the Li family. Plop. The young master of the Li family was scared out of his wits. He looked at Yi Xian in horror. You, what do you want to do? Huh, you're asking me what I want to do? Then let me tell you. Think about what you want to do to me. Now, I want to do to you. Yi Xian raised his hand. As long as his hand fell, this person would die. You dare to kill me? I am the young master of the Li family. I am a member of the Li family. Even the divine master would not dare to cause trouble for the Li family. What do you want to do? Chapter 23:10. Young Master Li didn't know if he was scared out of his wits or something else, but he was shouting like a clown, calling for backup from his guards. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. A moment later, a group of Li family guards struggled to their feet and tried to approach young Master Li. However, Yi Xian simply waved his hand. Die, all of you. A terrifying and powerful force instantly exploded out. Yi Xian couldn't even be bothered to look at the strength of those guards. With just a wave of his hand, they were all crushed. Invincible. This was what true invincibility was. With the support of Grand Sovereign Guqin's Dharma idol, Yi Xian had long surpassed everyone present. Not even Yi Xian knew what Grand Sovereign Guqin's cultivation level was. However, someone who could stop the time of an entire secret realm and use the temporal laws with such proficiency was definitely a super expert. Furthermore, he was a super existence that surpassed Divine Lord Mimu. After all, Yi Xian had only summoned his Dharma idol and hadn't summoned him yet. Yet, he was able to unleash such a powerful attack. Wasn't this a testament to Grand Sovereign Guqin's strength? The overwhelming pressure caused the entire Divine Master Palace to fall into a state of panic. In the distance, Mimu's heart trembled. How is this possible? A Divine Lord? Has a Divine Lord from another place come to our Kunlun domain? A Divine Lord was a super expert like Mimu who possessed an extremely large domain. Generally speaking, they were at the level of a God Emperor. The Divine Master was an honorific title, as it represented an endless amount of power. For example, didn't Mimu appear in the Divine Master Palace with a slight frown on her face? It's you? Yi Xian, what are you doing? Although that was what she was asking, only Mimu knew the shock in her heart. When her master had brought Yi Xian here and asked her to take care of him, Mimu had always treated Yi Xian rather well. Although Yi Xian was wary of Mili because of the old man, that didn't mean that Yi Xian didn't know that Mili was good to him. When Yi Xian saw Mia, he frowned slightly and said to Mia, Lord Divine Master, please don't interfere this time. I must kill this guy. Just a moment ago, he actually used a killing move on me. If I didn't react quickly enough, I would already be dead. It's true. Mi Si frowned. Now, it was no longer a matter of Yi Xian displaying his strength. To Mili, Yi Xian was her master's request to take care of him. But now, Yi Xian was almost killed in her own territory. How could she accept that? You, tell me everything that happened just now, word for word. If there's even half a lie, I'll exterminate your entire clan. Mi casually pointed her finger, causing an incomparably vast power to erupt. Only at this moment did Yi Xian realize how powerful this woman in front of him was. It could be said that Yi Xian had summoned Grand Monarch Ancient Zither's avatar and not himself. Thus, Yi Xian didn't have a chance of winning against Mili. But it was clear that Mili was going to uphold justice for him. Yes, Lord Divine Master. Under the pressure of both Yi Xian and Mi Li, the person named by Mi Li had already turned incomparably pale. In fact, he had even pissed his pants in fear. But no one laughed at him. After all, he wasn't the only one who had pissed his pants in fear. That person didn't dare to hide anything, and directly told him everything he had seen from beginning to end. As long as he told the truth, Mi Li would be able to judge whether it was true or not. So that's how it is. What a goodly family. You want to rebel. Mi Li's words scared the Li family's young master so much that he pissed his pants. As for the rest of the Li family, they had already knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. All right, Yi Xian, do as you see fit. But don't implicate the innocent. Also, I'll have the Li family give you an explanation. But you'd better restrain your power. After all, today is my little sister's birthday. Even if you don't give me face, Miyu has always been kind to you. Do you want to hurt Miyu? Mi Li's words didn't sound like that to the others. In their eyes, the Lord Divine Master was actually giving in to this guy. Yes, giving in. In their eyes, Mi Li was actually begging Yi Xian not to make a big deal out of this matter. As for Yi Xian himself, he was actually in a difficult situation. He was furious, incomparably furious, but he was even more clear about his own strength. Great Sovereign Zither could only be summoned once every 1,000 years, and now, he had inexplicably forced out Yi Xian's greatest trump card. It could be said that if Yi Xian were to encounter something similar in the future, it would be impossible for him to survive. Moreover, Yi Xian knew that this time, by killing the Li family's young master, he would offend more than just the Li family. However, Yi Xian still wanted to kill this guy. If he didn't kill him, he would be killed by him. So, what was Yi Xian hesitating for? All right, since the Lord Divine Master has said so, I will naturally obey. Yi Xian waved his hand and a huge force surrounded the young master of the Li family. Then, it slowly began to erode his life force. Yi Xian was using the cruelest method to torture this guy to death. Ding! System notification: the summoning of the ancient Zither Dharma idol has ended. It is currently in a cooldown state. It can only be summoned again after 1,000 years. Along with the system notification, Yi Xian's power suddenly retracted. In an instant, Yi Xian returned to his original true god-level cultivation. However, no one dared to underestimate him at this moment. Even Mi Li was full of doubts. Alright, you guys continue. Everyone from the Li family, get the hell out of here. I don't want to see anyone from the Li family. Also, the Li family had better compensate me as soon as possible. If Yi Xian isn't satisfied, he will destroy the Li family. I won't take any responsibility. After saying that, Mi Li's figure disappeared. Only Yi Xian was left with a bitter smile. Destroy the Li family? It was easy to say, but did Yi Xian have the strength to do so? The Li family was a dignified ancient aristocratic family. However, Yi Xian also knew that he had formed an irreconcilable grudge with the Li family. Perhaps the Li family wouldn't touch Yi Xian for a while, because whether it was for Mi Li's face or for Yi Xian's sake, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. No one knew what other trump cards Yi Xian had, and no one knew who Yi Xian was. Previously, they had received news that Yi Xian didn't belong to the Kunlun god realm, but came from somewhere else. It was said that he came from a small, remote place. However, when Yi Xian displayed such powerful strength and summoned such a terrifying Dharma idol, they couldn't help but guess. Could it be that this Yi Xian was actually the crown prince of another over-god realm? Chapter 23:11. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. In an instant, all eyes were on Yi Xian. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. They had no choice but to take Yi Xian seriously. After all, Yi Xian was a man who could stand up to Mi Yen. Yi Xian was a man who even their divine master had to speak to respectfully. Yi Xian was a man who could kill a member of an ancient noble family with a wave of his hand without the slightest hesitation. News of Yi Xian spread like wildfire among the major powers of the Kunlun god domain in an instant. However, they were only guesses. Due to an inexplicable consensus, Yi Xian's identity and what had happened today were only spread among the people who had come today. As for the outside world, they didn't know much at all. All they could guess was that the Divine Master was angry. As for why he was angry, they didn't know. That powerful strength could only belong to the Divine Master. Thus, they couldn't help but suspect that the Divine Master was angry. The banquet continued, but it was clear that everyone had become incomparably cautious. Wherever Yi Xian went, no one dared to stop. No one dared to face him. In fact, wherever he looked, the people there would subconsciously lower their heads. At this moment, even Kun Buyu didn't dare to approach Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. This time, he had played too big. This time, he had indeed offended too many people. Although the strength he had displayed was definitely enough to make most of the major families not dare to speak up, it was still not enough. However, while they feared Yi Xian, they also felt enmity towards Yi Xian. Disregarding everything else, just the Li family alone probably hated Yi Xian to death. Who would have thought that just coming to attend Miyu's birthday banquet would cause such a scene? But what could Yi Xian do? After all, he wasn't the one who started all this trouble. Yi Xian didn't want to stay here any longer. When he saw Miyu come out, he immediately went to her side. No one dared to stop him. In fact, it could even be said that when Yi Xian walked towards Miyu, everyone instinctively made way for him. Your Highness, thank you for inviting me to this banquet. However, I have some matters to attend to, so I'm afraid I'll have to leave early. Miyu was no fool. She obviously knew why Yi Xian left, but Miyu simply smiled and casually hooked her arm around Yi Xian's. Why do you want to leave? Why? Don't you want to watch the show? To be honest, of course Yi Xian wanted to go. His main objective for coming here this time was to attend the shoot. But who would have thought that before the shoot, there would be such an unpleasant situation? Seeing Miyu smile, Yi Xian felt a little better. However, Miyu was still a little hesitant. But, she continued to speak to Yi Xian. Alright, I know that you definitely don't want to see some people right now. How about this? I'll bring you and Kun Buyu to the auction first. Although the auction hasn't started yet, there are some merchants from the other god realms who have come. They have quite a few treasures. Why don't you go take a look first? Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart couldn't help but tremble. If there were items from the other god realms, then there would definitely be some that the Kunlun god realm didn't have. Naturally, Yi Xian would want to take a look. Alright, then. Let's do that. Miyu nodded. She called out to Kun Buyu and walked off into the distance. In Miyu's heart, Yi Xian could be considered an extremely solitary person. Other than doing his own things every day, he rarely interacted with others. As for Kun Buyu, he could be considered one of the few people who could come into contact with Yi Xian. However, Kun Buyu currently appeared very reserved. Kun Buyu, what's wrong with you? Although Yi Xian had already guessed the reason, he still asked Kun Buyu. Yi Xian, you've really hidden yourself well. Originally, I thought that our strengths were on par with each other, and even if I was a little weaker than you, I wouldn't be able to find out much. As long as I use my full strength, I'll still be able to fight you. However, after today, I won't dare to have such thoughts anymore. Yi Xian smiled. In the Kunlun god realm, it could be said that Kun Buyu was Yi Xian's only friend. Are you talking about my Dharma idol just now? Since you know about the Dharma idol, then you should know that I can't say that I can summon it at any time. Unless it's a matter of life and death, I won't summon it at all. Yi Xian immediately shifted his attention to Kun Buyu and asked, Oh right, what's going on with that Li family? I don't think I've offended them. Why did they want to kill me? Kun Buyu looked at Yi Xian, then at Miyu, who was holding onto Yi Xian's arm, but he didn't say anything. However, Yi Xian and Miyu weren't stupid. How could they not understand? Yi Xian immediately pulled his arm away from Miyu's arm and said awkwardly, I say, Kun Buyu, it's one thing for others to think nonsense, but don't tell me you think so too. Your Highness was just helping me out. Unlike you, I don't even know where you are now. Due to the awkwardness, Yi Xian's tone changed a little. However, Kun Buyu didn't care at all. He already knew the result from Mi Yu's slightly stiffening body. I don't care about the two of you. The Li family is an ancient aristocratic family. They're extremely powerful. To be honest, from what I know, even the Divine Master has to give them some face. This time, although the Divine Master is helping you, he's also suppressing the Li family. Yeah, the Li family is one of the 4 ancient aristocratic families of the Kunlun God domain. There are many that can be called aristocratic families or ancient aristocratic families, but when the 4 ancient aristocratic families of the Kunlun God domain are mentioned, everyone knows who they are. It can be said that even my sister has to give them some face sometimes. Miyu interrupted and continued. The information from her was naturally more comprehensive than Kun Buyu's. Let's not talk about the others. Let's talk about the Li family. The Li family controls thousands of secret realms of various sizes and close to 10,000 sects directly under their jurisdiction. Moreover, they have several ancient ruins and other special places. Their strength and foundation are definitely not to be underestimated. The Li family's grand ancestor is a super expert who can fight against my sister. In fact, the 4 ancient aristocratic families have always been a knot in my sister's heart. This time, you've helped me vent my anger. Don't worry, this time, I'll definitely make the Li family compensate you properly. Not for you, but for ourselves. There was a faint smile on Mi Yu's face. Of course, if Mi Yu didn't say these words herself, neither Yi Xian nor Kun Buyu would have known. The 4 ancient aristocratic families of the Kunlun God domain were at odds with the Divine Master. No one would believe it if it was said. Chapter 23:12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. That guy is just from a branch family of the Li family, not from the main family. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD, so that's how it is. Why did Yi Xian ask about this? Because Yi Xian knew better than anyone else the principle of survival of the fittest. He had been searching for Luo Luo for so long, but he could not do anything. Why? Wasn't it all because Luo Luo was being controlled by that incomparably powerful demon? Yi Xian did not have the strength to rescue her. Moreover, before this, Yi Xian didn't grow up from one crisis after another. This time, since he had already fallen out with the Li family, Yi Xian would not let them go. In the eyes of others, perhaps this was simply courting death. But in Yi Xian's heart, it was only motivation. Yi Xian knew that if he was not strong enough, the Li family would definitely find a chance to kill him. Since they were talking about the Li family, if they dared to fight for their reputation, killing Yi Xian was nothing. Besides, they did not even need to do anything. Once they gave the order, someone would do it for them. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible. In an instant, Yi Xian felt immense pressure. It could even be said that this was the strongest pressure he had ever felt since he entered the realm of the gods. After all, the Li family was one of the 4 ancient families of the Kunlun realm. Yi Xian was nothing in front of such a powerful family. Perhaps the Li family would not dare to make a move because of the strength Yi Xian had displayed, but it was only a matter of time before they saw Yi Xian's foundation. Therefore, there was not much time left for Yi Xian. If Yi Xian wanted to live, he had to become strong quickly. Escape? That was impossible. Not to mention that Yi Xian did not know where to go after leaving the Kunlun realm. What would the Li family do once he left the Kunlun realm? He was afraid that he would send someone to kill him. Therefore, Yi Xian could only grow stronger quickly in the Kunlun God domain. Only then would he be able to contend against the Li family. No, to annihilate the Li family. Since the Li family was a threat to Yi Xian, then there was no need for Yi Xian to exist. At this time, if anyone knew that Yi Xian was actually thinking of how to deal with the Li family, they would definitely laugh their heads off. Rejects after all, this was a battle without any suspense. It was like an ant that was clamoring to kill a god. What a joke. Soon, Miyu arrived at the venue with Yi Xian and Kun Buyu. Sure enough, even though the shoot had yet to begin, there were already plenty of people busying themselves. Alright, the two of you can look around and see if there's anything you like. By the way, Yi Xian, take this Cosmos ring. If there's anything you like, buy it. Yi Xian was stunned. Is Miyu going to give me divine crystals? I appreciate your kindness, but I don't want anything. Don't worry, I still have enough resources. If there's anything I like but don't have the resources, I'll look for you. Don't forget that I'm a restriction grandmaster, a divine talisman grandmaster, and an alchemy grandmaster. Miyu glanced at Yi Xian with a strange expression. Previously, everyone was focused on Yi Xian's combat strength, but who would have thought that Yi Xian was one of the 3 grandmasters? Alright, then I'll look for you later. After all, I was the one who invited these people, so I still have to go take a look. Yi Xian nodded. After Miyu left, he and Kun Buyu walked forward together. As they walked, Kun Buyu gave Yi Xian a simple introduction. Yi Xian, this is the divine realm market of the Kunlun god realm. Of course, this isn't the only market, but since it's organized in the name of the divine master, it's definitely not small. Look, the person in front is from the 100 Break divine realm. That divine realm isn't big, and their strength is relatively weak. However, the 100 Break divine stone that they're using is definitely something good. Kun Buyu led Yi Xian over. Seeing that someone was coming, the shopkeeper welcomed them warmly. Gentlemen, are you looking for the 100 Break divine stone? 100 Break divine stone? This was the first time Yi Xian had heard of it. However, when he saw the stone, he realized that it was just a general name and not a single item. At this moment, Yi Xian heard a system notification. Ding! System notification, special item detected, 100 Break divine stone. Ding! Host, please note that the 100 Break divine stone can create a special sword servant, 100 Break sword servant. Ding! System notification, 100 Break sword servant will have different abilities according to the number of 100 Break divine stones absorbed. It could actually become a sword servant. In that case, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't miss out on it. At this moment, there were many strange stones placed in front of Yi Xian. Some were burning like a raging fire. Some were emitting a cold aura like ice. Suddenly, Yi Xian's attention was attracted by a white Break divine stone. This was an extremely black divine stone. More importantly, Yi Xian's divine telekinesis couldn't detect what was inside it. Moreover, this divine stone was placed on its own, and all the aura around it was being devoured by it. Yes, it was being devoured. What divine stone is this? Yi Xian asked. Sir, you have a good eye. This divine stone is one of the top 10 divine stones of the 100 Break divine realm, the devouring stone. Sir, don't underestimate it because of its small size. Its power is definitely beyond your imagination. 500,000 years ago, there was once a master blacksmith who refined a devouring stone into a special devouring treasure. It actually had the ability to devour everything. However, because his ability was too strong, there was a battle later on. In the end, that powerful treasure disappeared without a trace. As for the devouring stone that you are looking at now, it is a devouring stone that only appears once every 10,000 years in the 100 Break divine realm. Even if it is not refined into a special treasure, it is still a super treasure by itself. That person flattered without holding back. However, his words weren't false, because this devouring stone was indeed very powerful. Ding! System notification, it is recommended that the host obtain this devouring stone. The devouring stone can be used to strengthen the system. At the same time, it can be exchanged for devouring points. What? Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. One had to know that devouring points were extremely important to Yi Xian. However, he could only obtain them from the devouring beast. He didn't expect that this time, there would be a mysterious stone that could be exchanged for devouring points. Yi Xian would be lying if he said that he wasn't tempted. What's wrong with this devouring stone of yours? Sir, you must be joking. This is such a priceless treasure, how would I dare to take it without permission? Before this little one came out, the divine master had already instructed that this divine stone cannot be exchanged. If Sir can take out a special treasure of equal value, this little one can exchange it for it. However, if Sir wishes to buy it, this little one dares not agree. Chapter 23:13. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian did not frown. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. In fact, he could not think of anything that could be compared to the devouring stone. In Yi Xian's heart, the devouring stone was definitely a priceless treasure. However, Yi Xian still wanted to give it a try. System, list out all the special resources I have and choose 10 of the most valuable ones. I must have this devouring stone. If Yi Xian missed out on the devouring stone, he would definitely regret it. Hence, he could not care less. Ding. System notification, all resources have been sorted. 10 resources have been chosen. Following the notification, Yi Xian waved his hand and 10 special resources appeared in front of that person's eyes. Heavens, heavens, it's the legendary law spirit. It's actually the legendary law spirit. This thing, didn't it disappear after the ancient war? Young master, why does young master have such a precious treasure? Law spirit? Yi Xian did not know much about his own things. To him, all the resources were handed over to the system. If the system felt that it was useful, it would notify him. If it was not, it might just be devoured by Yi Xian. But now, what was this law spirit? Ding. System notification, law spirit is an ordinary resource produced by the devouring space. The host can obtain one every 100 years. Holy shit. The devouring space, no, to be more precise, an ordinary item produced by the ancient zither space could be so sought after. Yi Xian quickly checked the law spirit's attributes. Law spirit, a special item formed by the condensation of law energy. This item cannot be refined or forged. However, with this item, the host's comprehension of law energy will increase. So this was the case. This item was used to increase one's comprehension of law energy. No wonder the system did not give any special notification. This item was not considered too valuable to Yi Xian. Although it was not valuable to Yi Xian, it was extremely valuable to others. Rajax, with a wave of his hand, the merchant from the domain of the gods set up a restrictive spell, which was mainly used to block out divine will and sound. It was something that merchants often used. Young master, please state a price. As long as I can afford it, no matter how much, I want this law spirit. It was obvious that this person's eyes were filled with urgency. The biggest difference in the Lord realm was the comprehension of law. In fact, once one reached the Lord realm, the difference in Lord God realm was huge. Perhaps before this, Yi Xian was able to rely on some special abilities to crush enemies that surpassed him by 1 or even 2 realms. That was because the power Lord God realm, the power of the power of law. As the realm Lord God. As the realm Lord realm, the power Lord God realm was Lord God realm. Lord God was because the Lord of Lord God Lord translation God translation Lord translation of realm start translation to Lord. It, a translation Lord that was Lord that one translation. This was the law was the charm law. It was a treasure that many powerhouses dreamed of obtaining. Even if it was that Mixiao would definitely pay a huge price. Fortunately, Yi Xian took it out from here. After all, in the eyes of these merchants, Yi Xian was definitely a big shot in the Kunlun God realm since he could arrive here before them. He was a big shot that they could not afford to offend. Therefore, they would not be greedy for Yi Xian's treasure. However, if this law spirit was taken out by Yi Xian outside, who knew how many people would fight for it with their lives? At this moment, the merchant was extremely excited. Without waiting for Yi Xian's reply, he took out 3 special god stones. Honorable young master, these are the special god stones that the Divine Master gave to me before I left. They are on the same level as the devouring stone. Also, you can take any god stones you like in this shop. Also, here are 50 billion god crystals. This is all I have. However, this humble one can promise that the next time this humble one comes, this humble one will definitely bring back even more rewards for the young master. Please give this lost spirit to me, young master. Good Lord, this was a lost spirit that wanted Yi Xian's lost spirit even if it meant going bankrupt. Of course, Yi Xian did not mind. After all, this was a precious treasure in the eyes of others. However, in Yi Xian's eyes, it was nothing more than that. Alright, I promise you. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Perhaps in the merchant's heart, he had made a huge profit. However, in Yi Xian's heart, it was the same. In Yi Xian's heart, he had made a huge profit this time too. Yi Xian naturally did not hold back. With a wave of his hand, he took away all of the merchant's resources, including the interspatial ring in his hand. However, not only was the merchant not displeased at all, he even looked a little embarrassed. Young master, this humble one knows that this humble one's things are not enough to exchange for such a precious treasure. However, please rest assured that the next time I come, this humble one will definitely bring back enough resources to compensate for your loss. Haha, that's all right. We'll talk about it the next time you come. Yi Xian did not mind at all. He had already made a huge profit, so he did not care much about this person's verbal promise. After that, Yi Xian was extremely happy. It looked like he had made a huge profit this time. The resources that Yi Xian had obtained from the devouring space were all produced in the ancient zither space. Many of them were probably already out of print, or were extremely rare. These things were definitely enough for Yi Xian to exchange for good things. Let's go to the next shop. Yi Xian walked straight ahead. He was a little impatient to go to the next shop and take a look. These shops were all from other divine realms. Naturally, they would have many treasures that Yi Xian wanted. This time, Yi Xian was going to sweep the place clean. This time, Yi Xian was going to make a huge profit. System, you can use this devouring stone to repair the system. Yi Xian had always been upset that the system had not been fully repaired. Furthermore, his devouring space had not been fully repaired. Therefore, these were all matters that Yi Xian had to deal with. Ding! System notice, system repair speed increased. Yi Xian was slightly surprised that the system had not been fully repaired. Just as Yi Xian had expected, the resources produced by the devouring space were very popular. This was because most of them were considered rare resources. One had to know that these were only ordinary resources. Yi Xian could not imagine how rare the resources from the devouring space would be. Chapter 23:14. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Ding. System notification. Please pay attention to exploring ancient secret realms. As your level increases, the experience gained from consuming normal resources will gradually decrease. The sudden notification from the system gave Yi Xian an answer, but it also gave Yi Xian a huge problem. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. As his level increased, normal resources would no longer have any effect on him. Only by consuming rare resources, special resources, and even ancient resources could he increase his level. Wasn't this forcing Yi Xian to constantly search for special resources or ancient secret realms? Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. It seemed that his resources could not be exchanged endlessly. Other than the resources that were useful to him, the rest of the normal resources seemed to be trash. Yi Xian continued forward. This time, he came to another merchant. However, the resources produced here were indeed special. This was because this was a slave merchant. Yi Xian, don't be suspicious. The existence of slaves is a very normal thing. Without strength, they can only become slaves. In fact, for these slaves, it's already good enough that they can keep their lives. Yi Xian nodded. Of course, he understood this. Back then, he had bought Fian as a slave. Of course, Yi Xian had never treated Fian as a slave. This merchant is probably a merchant who often enters and exits the battlefield of the overgods. They often buy defeated people from the battlefield of the overgods and then train them to become docile slaves. Yi Xian, look at that person. That tiger-headed man with a human body and the broken armor on his body has already revealed his identity. He is someone from the godly realm of the shifters. Wait a minute, the godly realm of the shifters. Suddenly, Yi Xian's gaze focused on the tiger-headed man. What's wrong with this slave? Yi Xian did not hesitate and asked directly. The godly realm of the shifters. Then, it was very likely that he would know some of Luo Luo's whereabouts. Of course, even if he could not find out Luo Luo's whereabouts, it would still be very helpful for Yi Xian to understand the situation in the godly realm of the shifters. This customer has good taste. This tiger-headed man is a low-level Sir God's slave and has special abilities. It's rare. The merchant saw that Yi Xian had the intention of buying the tiger-headed man and immediately started bragging. However, Yi Xian interrupted his boasting with a single sentence. All right, how many divine crystals? Don't waste any more words with me. Yes, sir, this tiger-headed man only. 1,000,000 divine crystals. 1,000,000. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. It wasn't because it was too expensive, but because it was too cheap. This was a Tang divine lord level expert, and he only needed 1,000,000 divine crystals. Could this be a mistake? Kuan Buyu could see Yi Xian's confusion, so he whispered to Yi Xian, you don't have to doubt anything. 1,000,000 divine crystals is not expensive. This tiger-headed man's potential has basically been fully activated. It can be said that unless he encounters a great opportunity, there is no room for improvement. Furthermore, he is the most dangerous slave on the battlefield. He poses a very high threat. Therefore, 1,000,000 divine crystals is really not that expensive. Of course, Yi Xian did not really care about this. After all, Yi Xian just wanted some information. Once he got the information, this tiger-headed man would be completely worthless to Yi Xian. Jax, alright, I want this tiger-headed man. Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all and directly bought it. The tiger-headed man could naturally understand Yi Xian's words, so Yi Xian did not hesitate and asked him directly. You are from the shifter's divine realm? Yes, master. The tiger-headed man did not respect Yi Xian at all. Even though Yi Xian was holding his quintessence fragment, he could kill him with a single thought. However, as a former warrior who had fought on the battlefield of the overgods for thousands of years, he was used to seeing life and death. If he did not have a special mission, he would not have been willing to be captured by the merchant and become a slave. Alright, since you are from the shifter's divine realm, you might know where Luo Luo is. Yi Xian was clearly a little excited. He explained Luo Luo's situation to the tiger-headed man and asked for her whereabouts. However, this time, he was happy for nothing. The tiger-headed man still did not know anything. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. He had expected this outcome long ago, but Yi Xian was unwilling to accept it. In Yi Xian's heart, only Yi Xian knew how deep his feelings for Luo Luo were. Alright, since that is the case, I will let you go. I will take you out of the Kunlun divine realm, but you must promise me that when you reach the shifter's divine realm, you will help me gather as much information as possible. Once you have any information, you must report back to me. Can you do that? The tiger-headed man was a little surprised. He did not expect this human in front of him to let him go. Even more so, he did not expect his goal to be a shifter's. However, wasn't the reason why he was living like this? Now that Yi Xian was willing to let him go, it was definitely a good thing for him. Alright, I can promise you. Yi Xian nodded. He did not ask any more questions. This was an idea he had come up with on the spur of the moment. He would release these people from the shifter's divine realm because their divine mandate fragments were in Yi Xian's hands. Perhaps they wouldn't be loyal to Yi Xian in the Kunlun divine region. However, once they were released and promised to use Luolua's information in exchange for their freedom, they would definitely do their best to help. This would undoubtedly allow Yi Xian to plant his own people in the shifter's divine realm to investigate Luoluo. Yi Xian chose 13 slaves from the shifter's divine realm. Yi Xian knew very well that these people might not be in the same divine realm as Luoluo, given how big the realm of the gods was. However, Yi Xian was still willing to give it a try. As long as he could find out Luoluo's whereabouts, Yi Xian was willing to spend any amount of divine gems. After not being able to get any information from these people, Yi Xian directly let them go. Although the battlefield of the Masters of Gods had not opened yet, it was still possible to sneak a few people over. Moreover, if it really did not work out, they could still ask Miyu. Yi Xian and Kun Buyu did not wait for long before the auction was finally about to begin. Yi Xian was led to a private room. From here, he could see the entire auction in its entirety. At this moment, the final preparations for the auction were already underway. The people participating in the auction had already rushed in. Chapter 23:15. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Kunbuyu continued to introduce Yi Xian to the various factions in the Kunlun God domain. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. The current Yi Xian could no longer rely on the countless factions in the Kunlun God domain like he used to. After all, he had offended the Li family, so it was very likely that some factions would come looking for trouble with Yi Xian. It was naturally a good thing for Yi Xian to understand the situation of these factions in advance. After all, this auction was a rare one, so the scale was very large. There were actually 100 auctioneers taking part in the auction at the same time. If you took a fancy to any auctioneer's item, then you could bid for that auctioneer's item. However, there was nothing worth Yi Xian's attention at the start. Kun Buyu then returned to his own private room. Yi Xian was the only one left in the private room. Reject. Suddenly, a system notification caught Yi Xian's attention. Ding! System notification, host, please take note. A mysterious person has been detected. Who is this mysterious person? Yi Xian asked instinctively. Ding! System notification, this is the mysterious person that the host encountered before entering the ancient Zither mystery dimension. It was him. Although Yi Xian did not know why the system would take the initiative to notify him, Yi Xian still focused all his attention on that mysterious person. At this moment, that mysterious person looked like a normal person who had come to participate in the auction. He did not wear his usual black attire, but had changed into a luxurious blue robe. That person watched the auction quietly, but Yi Xian knew that he was definitely waiting for something. Since it was something that the Annihilation Organization wanted, Yi Xian would definitely not let them get it. Soon, a magic treasure was placed on the auction stand. Everyone, please pay attention. This magic treasure is a rare beast-taming magic treasure. As long as any of you esteemed guests like a divine beast, you can absorb it into this magic treasure. Then, this magic treasure will automatically tame that divine beast according to your wishes. Only when that divine beast is successfully tamed will it be released. That's right, this is the beast-taming ring. The beast-taming collar is not easy to obtain, and this beast-taming collar in my hand was obtained by a brave warrior from a mysterious secret realm. It can be said to be the best of the best. The starting price is 100,000 divine crystals. Every bid must be at least 10,000 divine crystals. Alright, everyone, please make your bids. I bid 500,000. The first to bid was the mysterious man. At this time, he directly shouted out 500,000 in one breath, as if he was determined to win. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The beast-taming collar only had one function, and other than taming beasts, there was nothing else worth paying attention to. Why was this guy willing to spend so much money? One had to know that the beast-taming collar was not too complicated. In fact, if Yi Xian was willing, as long as he had enough resources, Yi Xian could also use it. Hence, Yi Xian was puzzled. Why was this guy so determined to win? What was the use of this beast-taming collar to Annihilation? It was no secret that Annihilation kept reviving ancient demon gods. This also meant that they might have their own methods of taming beasts. However, it was a little unusual for them to go all out for a beast-taming collar. Yi Xian frowned and started thinking quickly. What was the use of this thing to Annihilation? Of course, since Yi Xian could not figure it out, he might as well buy it. After all, as long as it was something that Annihilation wanted, he would not let them get it. Yi Xian raised his paddle. I bid 510,000. Yi Xian did not care about the divine crystals. He still had a lot of them on hand. However, as long as it could destroy Annihilation's plan, Yi Xian would not feel the pinch even if he had to spend more divine crystals. Hearing Yi Xian's bid, the guy did not hesitate and raised his paddle again. 1 million. Did he increase the bid to 1 million again? Yi Xian smirked. 1,010,000. Yes, he was going to increase the bid by 10,000. He wanted to see how much this guy from Annihilation would bid. 5 million. Boom. This time, not only was Yi Xian surprised, but the people around him were as well. The beast-taming collar was not a precious treasure. Perhaps the owner of this treasure was only qualified to be auctioned because of the uniqueness of the item. The beast-taming collar itself was probably not worth much. If there was really a divine beast in the beast-taming collar that was being tamed, it would probably not be auctioned. Since it was being auctioned, there probably would not be any divine beast in it that was worth paying attention to. That fellow sure was willing to part with 5 million. After all, the price of a newly forged beast-taming collar was usually around 2 million. It could be said that the price of 5 million had already exceeded its original value. Could it be that the guy did not really want the beast-taming collar, but deliberately bid such a high price because Yi Xian was pressuring him so he wanted to cheat Yi Xian? That was not impossible. However, Yi Xian did not want to believe it. Because if he really wanted to cheat him, he would not have increased the bid to 5 million in one go. 5,010,000. Yi Xian increased the bid by 10,000 and 10,000 again. The mysterious man looked viciously at Yi Xian. He originally thought that with a price of 5 million, no matter who raised the price with him, they would give up. However, he did not expect that the mysterious guy would not give up. At this moment, the mysterious guy from Annihilation was looking coldly at Yi Xian's pavilion. If they were not in the Celestial Palace, this guy would have already killed Yi Xian. However, this was a special place. It was not a place where he could cause trouble. 5,500,000. Did he increase the bid again? Yi Xian did not hesitate. 5,500,000. At this moment, Yi Xian and the mysterious guy were competing, which naturally attracted the attention of many people. However, they could not understand what was so special about the beast-taming collar that these two people were competing for it. 5,600,000. 5,600,000. 6 million. 6,010,000. No matter what price the other party offered, Yi Xian would always be 10,000 more than him. The more this guy acted like he wanted it, the more Yi Xian would not give up. 10 million. Suddenly, the mysterious guy increased the bid again. 10 million was enough to buy 5 beast-taming collars. Everyone was waiting for the voice from the pavilion, waiting to see if the owner of the pavilion was going to continue bidding. 10,010,000. Sure enough, he increased the bid again. Boom. Everyone in the auction hall was shocked. Chapter 23:16. However, what they did not expect was that when Yi Xian finished calling out the price, 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD, that person actually called out a sky-high price without any hesitation. 100 million. Yes, it was 100 million. It was as if he was deliberately trying to spite the other party. 100 million. A new animal taming collar was only 2 million. 100 million could buy a lot of animal taming collars. Moreover, this guy had actually raised the price from 10 million to 100 million. It was as if he was deliberately trying to spite the other party. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, Yi Xian had already decided not to let him get away with it. Naturally, he would not give up. 10,000. Was it only 10,000 again? Even if the crowd did not want to pay attention to Yi Xian, they had no choice. What was this guy trying to do? Every time the other party called out a price, he would only increase it by 100 million. What was he trying to do? Spending 100 million to buy something that was only worth 2 million. No matter how they looked at it, it was an idiotic move. However, the intense bidding between the two made people wonder if there was something special about the animal taming collar. Of course, even if some people were suspicious. No one participated in the bidding. After all, 100 million was not a small sum. Many people had less than 100 million in their budgets. Damn it, are you really going to fight me to the end? Alright, come on, I'll bid 1 billion, 1 billion. He actually called out a price of 1 billion. This time, no one could remain calm. 1 billion. He actually called out a price of 1 billion. Could that animal taming collar really be worth 1 billion? Yi Xian was a little hesitant. In his eyes, he did not know what that animal taming collar was. Hence, when this person called out a price of 1 billion, Yi Xian hesitated. Spending 1 billion if that thing was really useless. Then wouldn't it be a waste? However, so what if it was 1 billion? If Annihilation wanted it, Yi Xian would definitely not let them get it. 10,000. Yi Xian actually raised the price. He actually raised the price. That person from Annihilation looked coldly in Yi Xian's direction. Yi Xian could see the murderous intent in his eyes. Rejects. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not care. Why, you're not going to raise the price? Yi Xian's calm voice sounded. He wanted to see if this mysterious person from Annihilation would continue to raise the price. Alright, since you're willing to spend 1 billion on a useless item, congratulations, you win. That person seemed to be mocking Yi Xian for spending 1 billion to buy something completely useless. However, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. The murderous intent in this guy's eyes. Perhaps he was afraid of something. Perhaps he was worried that would attract more people to see the animal taming collar. He just wanted to wait for the auction to end and then directly snatch it. However, none of this had anything to do with Yi Xian. Since Yi Xian had decided to buy something, even if it wasn't worth the price, Yi Xian wouldn't care. Besides, Yi Xian could tell from the murderous look in that person's eyes that there was something strange about the animal taming collar. The auction had just begun, but a bid of 1 billion had already been raised. Some people said that Yi Xian was a fool and that he had obviously wasted his money. Some people also suspected that there was something strange about the animal taming collar. However, Yi Xian did not care about any of this. To Yi Xian, spending 1 billion to buy the animal taming collar was not a matter of whether it was worth it or not. What he cared more about was what secrets the item hid. In fact, Yi Xian had more than 1 billion divine gems on hand. Based on Yi Xian's habits, he would not let go of the interspatial rings that he had killed. Earlier, when he had killed the young master of the Li family and the many guards of the Li family in the Celestial Palace, he had not let go of their interspatial rings. Therefore, Yi Xian had a large amount of resources on hand, enough for him to spend freely. The auction continued, but every time, as long as this mysterious person was about to buy something, Yi Xian would definitely jump out to stop him. As long as it was something he wanted to buy, Yi Xian would definitely not let him succeed. Although Yi Xian had indeed spent a lot of money to achieve this goal, Yi Xian did not care at all. As long as he could stop this guy, Yi Xian felt that it was worth it no matter how many divine gems he spent. Soon, someone brought over the first item that Yi Xian had won. Yi Xian did not hesitate. He handed it to the divine gems and carefully examined the animal taming collar in his hand. However, after looking at it for a long time, Yi Xian didn't see anything special. Could it be that there was nothing special about this animal taming collar, and that the mysterious person was just fighting with Yi Xian? No, Yi Xian did not believe that. System, detect this thing. Ding. System notification, detection complete. No special findings. No special findings? Yi Xian did not believe it. He did not think that there was nothing special about this thing. System, use conviction points to strengthen detection. Yu Xian suddenly ordered. Yi Xian was not short of conviction points. After integrating with the ancient zither mystery dimension, the devouring space would bring a large amount of conviction points to Yi Xian every day. After all, the mysterious person was from the same mystery dimension, and there was a difference of 1 day and 50 years. Naturally, Yi Xian would be able to obtain a large amount of conviction points. Ding. System notification, conviction points to strengthen detection successful. Ding. System notification, special item detected, ancient beast trapping formation. Ding. System notification, special divine beast trapped by the ancient beast trapping formation is detected, ancient demon god, soul-devouring demon emperor. Boom. Yi Xian was surprised. Sure enough, he did not guess wrong. This thing was not that simple. It was actually an ancient thing. Although it was disguised as a beast-taming collar, it was not a beast-taming collar at all. Not to mention 1 billion, even if it was 10 billion or 100 billion, as long as Yi Xian could obtain this thing, then it would be an absolute profit. Ancient divine beast. Now, except for those special mystery dimensions, where could one find an ancient divine beast? Not to mention, it was an ancient divine beast trapped in the ancient beast trapping formation. At this time, how could Yi Xian not understand that he had made a profit? Of course, this was not the place to study this thing. Therefore, Yi Xian simply let the system detect and did not do anything else. He did not want to attract unnecessary trouble. As the auction progressed, the things that Yi Xian had forcibly snatched from the mysterious person were also in Yi Xian's hands one by one. What Yi Xian did not expect was that these things turned out to be the remaining parts of the ancient beast trapping formation. It did not matter what his appearance was disguised as. But the foundation of these things was actually the special storage components of the ancient beast trapping formation. Since this ancient beast trapping formation was called a formation, it was naturally not that simple. Chapter 23:17. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After all, seals had more uses than formations. Not only were they portable, but they were also much more powerful and had fewer limitations. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. That was why formations were no longer popular in the realm of the gods. Instead, seals were used. However, these things were still very popular in the ancient age. Naturally, it was not surprising that some of them had been passed down to the present. However, no matter what it was, as long as it was passed down from the ancient age, it was definitely not simple. Even they might not know how to use it anymore. For example, the ancient beast trapping formation in Yi Xian's hands was something that Yi Xian could not understand. Seals only needed to be refined and set up casually before they could be used. However, ancient things were not that simple. Yi Xian had a total of 12 parts of the ancient beast trapping formation in his hands. However, other than the first thing that looked like a beast taming collar, the rest were just parts of the ancient beast trapping formation. He did not even know how to use them. For a moment, Yi Xian could not do anything. Moreover, he could not rely on the system. The system only gave him one notification: host's level is not high enough to activate. Helpless, Yi Xian could only keep this thing for the time being. Yi Xian did not know that he had unwittingly ruined one of Annihilation's grand plans. Annihilation was not a small organization. Their forces were spread across the entire realm of the gods. They had been trying to do something. For example, resurrecting ancient mythical beasts. Once they resurrected these ancient mythical beasts, things would not be so simple. For example, they used totem beasts to resurrect the ancient Fey gods. Rejects those were only resurrected, and they were resurrected using totem beasts. Their strength had been greatly weakened, but they were still extremely powerful. Moreover, this was a real ancient mythical beast. Moreover, it was a tamed ancient mythical beast. In fact, one of the biggest goals of annihilation in the entire Kunlun divine domain was to collect the entire ancient beast trapping formation. This was because annihilation had a way to activate the ancient beast trapping formation and gain the loyalty of the ancient mythical beasts. Think about it, once annihilation gained the loyalty of the ancient mythical beasts, how much destruction could they cause? It could even be said that if they used some tricks, they could slowly eat away at the entire Kunlun divine domain. Therefore, this time, Yi Xian had inadvertently saved the Kunlun divine domain. Of course, at the same time, he had offended annihilation. It could be said that annihilation, for the first time, annihilation of annihilation had. Yi Xian. Yi Xian. Annihilation. Annihilation. However, this time, the Annihilation Organization probably wished they could skin Yi Xian alive. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know about these things. At this time, his attention was back on the auction. Ever since those things were all taken away by Yi Xian, the mysterious person who annihilated the organization silently left. On their translation. They. Was translation. Was the finale. The only one was left. All the finale items would be auctioned by this auctioneer. Next up, we'll be auctioning off the first item of the auction, the grand finale. I believe everyone is familiar with the Divine Talisman sect. This time, we are auctioning an ancient divine talisman of the Divine Talisman tribe. It was an ancient divine talisman. Yi Xian was surprised. Of course, he was not tempted at all. That divine talisman was not very useful to Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian knew that another force of the Divine Talisman tribe had started to invade the Kunlun divine domain. He did not know if this news was good or bad for Yi Xian. There was no doubt that every item that was auctioned off for the finale was of the highest quality. Some of them were even good items that were hard to come by in 10,000 years. At the same time, the price would definitely be astronomical. Of course, these items were useless to Yi Xian. He did not even bother to look at them. Next, we will auction this item. Many of you may not have seen it before, but I can promise you that this treasure is not ordinary. First of all, please allow me to tell you a story. 300,000 years ago, there was a time that shook the entire Kunlun divine domain. Do you still remember? 300,000 years ago, a peerless genius appeared in our Kunlun god domain. In just a short 100 years, he rose from the true god realm to the divine king realm. It can be said that he was definitely a peerless genius of that time, and even today. However, later on, people found out that he was not a genius at all. Instead, he was a guy who cultivated a special evil technique, the reincarnation divine technique. That guy cultivated this incomparably evil but incomparably powerful reincarnation forbidden technique. Every time this technique advances in rank, it needs to consume the godheads of 1,000 people of the same cultivation level. And this guy is basically a super spy sent by our enemy. He spent a full 100,000 years to infiltrate our Kunlun god realm. Then, he spent another 100,000 years to create a clan that was originally part of the Kunlun divine domain. However, all of this was done by him alone. Apart from this reincarnation forbidden technique, he also mastered a mysterious divine ability. We do not know the name of this divine ability, but we do know that it allows one to transform into thousands of people and play different roles. Furthermore, it allows one to display different cultivation bases, personalities, and so on. It was this person who caused the Kunlun divine domain to lose in the early stages of the War of the Overgods 300,000 years ago. If the great divine master had not discovered it in advance and seen through it, I'm afraid we would have lost that War of the Overgods. That's right. This time, we will auction this concealment divine ability of his. Furthermore, it is a unique one-way inheritance. In other words, this is the only one in the world. There is no other. There was actually such a strange divine ability that allowed one person to play different people of different realms, different appearances, and different personalities. Yi Xian was instantly attracted by this divine ability. This thing was extremely useful to Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian did not know much about its specific functions, the ability to transform into hundreds and thousands of people was already very good. It would allow Yi Xian to move around more conveniently in the future. I want this thing. Yi Xian did not have many resources on hand. It could be said that if he wanted to obtain this item, he would have to search for resources. Of course, Yi Xian did not have to worry. Yi Xian would definitely accept the compensation from the Li family. Since they were already enemies, why not take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of them? Chapter 23:18. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. I don't think I need to introduce the nameless superpower any further. Everyone should know its value, so I won't say more. The starting price is 10 million divine crystals. 10 million divine crystals was a sum that many people would never be able to amass in their entire lives. However, it was nothing in the eyes of the elites and the major powers. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD, I bid 100 million. Only someone offered 10 times the original price in the first bid. After all, there was only one copy of the nameless superpower. Not to mention anything else, just this one portion was enough to make many people go crazy. In fact, for those kinds of rare divine abilities, not to mention how powerful they were, as long as they were rare, they would be sought after by people. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. This principle was also applicable in the realm of the gods. Yi Xian frowned slightly. In fact, he already knew that it wouldn't be that easy to obtain the inheritance this time. Perhaps to Yi Xian, this item was useful, so he had to get it. However, some people might go all out just because they thought it was rare. After all, Yi Xian was only one person. Even if he could get a compensation for leaving home, it wouldn't be too much. At most, he would get a few billion divine crystals. He had already squandered a lot of divine crystals. Could it be that he had no choice but to give up this time? Or Jack's no, he wouldn't give up. The bidding continued to rise. At this moment, someone had already bid 9 billion. However, this wasn't considered a high price because the strongest factions had yet to make their move. All of a sudden, an indifferent voice came from one of the private rooms. I want this item. 100 star spirits. Star spirits. Someone had actually offered a formed spirit. A formed spirit could be exchanged for 100 million divine crystals. Perhaps on the surface, this was only 10 billion divine crystals. However, one shouldn't forget that this was a star spirit. Only divine masters would use a star spirit in a transaction. Many people, even the major powers, treated this item as a strategic reserve. It could be said that in name, 100 million divine crystals could be exchanged for one star spirit. However, very few people were foolish enough to exchange for it. What the star spirit represented was a completely different level of transaction. However, no one had expected a star spirit to appear in this auction. Who was in that private room? Which faction was this? How could they be so domineering? Yi Xian also frowned slightly. Once a star spirit appeared, it wasn't just a matter of price. What was most important was its aura. That aura was enough to crush many people. It seemed that Yi Xian had no choice but to this. Translation: 10 billion divine crystals and an ancient resource. Pfft. In a certain private room, an expert who was sipping tea directly spat out a mouthful of tea. Is this person out of his mind? Translation: Ancient age, ancient resources, that was the ancient star spirit. After all, ancient star, that was the ancient secret. Translation: ancient land. However, even a god lord like me Mu wouldn't dare to enter the ancient mystery dimension so casually. Translations as divine translation to, but translation that persons to be translation to. The person in the private room over there, why don't you exchange your ancient resource with me? I'm willing to use divine crystals or the star spirit to exchange it with you. The person who spoke was the one who had wanted to use the star spirit to bid for the nameless mystique. Yi Xian's words immediately disrupted the auction. That was because the appearance of an ancient resource was something that no one could ignore at all. In an instant, the auction was disrupted. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. The ancient resources that he wanted to take out were naturally real. However, he couldn't guarantee the effects. After all, this was only an ordinary resource produced by the devouring space. Of course, Yi Xian was very satisfied with the commotion he had caused. When it came to clapping, sometimes, it was a competition of aura. If one could crush others in terms of aura, then one might be able to obtain what one wanted at a low price. If 10 billion divine crystals and this ancient resource could be exchanged for the nameless mystique, then, for Yi Xian, it would definitely be a huge profit. However, Yi Xian also understood that it couldn't be that simple. Indeed, as Yi Xian had expected, another person in the private room spoke up. I'm sure that the ancient resource in that brother's hand is just an ordinary resource. Ancient resources don't mean that all of them are precious. Some ancient resources aren't even as useful as ordinary resources. I bid 15 billion. That person had first pointed out that Yi Xian's ancient resource might not be that useful. Then, he had directly raised the price to 15 billion. It could be said that his words had destroyed the atmosphere that Yi Xian had created. However, Yi Xian didn't care at all. Auctions were a competition of wealth. Although Yi Xian didn't know whether this item would be of much use to him. However, since someone wanted to raise the price, then he could play along. If that's the case, then you're prepared to raise the price. Fine, I'll offer 20 billion divinity crystals and 3 ancient resources. This way, at the very least, my item is worth 30 billion divine crystals. What do you think? Do you still want to raise the price? Yi Xian's tone was flat. He was neither sad nor happy. He wanted to see what that person would do. Hearing Yi Xian's words, that person was clearly a little angry. This was because Yi Xian actually heard a light snort. Right now, other than those in the private room, everyone else had completely given up. With their wealth, they basically had no chance of winning against Yi Xian and the others in the private room. So what if it's 30 billion? I'll bid 40 billion. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. It looked like this guy was prepared to compete with him. Although Yi Xian was interested in this mystique, with the system in hand, there was still a chance that he could integrate something similar. Therefore, whether or not he obtained it, Yi Xian wouldn't be too insistent. However, since someone wanted to compete with Yi Xian, then Yi Xian would have to teach him a lesson. Looks like you're set on competing with me? 5 ancient resources and 50 billion divine crystals. Let's see how you can compete with me. You're still too inexperienced to compete with me. Yi Xian's words sounded like he was looking down on that person. However, if someone saw Yi Xian's current expression, they would know that he was doing this on purpose. 50 billion divine crystals, 5 ancient resources, I'll give you 70 billion divine crystals. However, do you think you can get that thing with this amount of divine crystals? I'll give you 1,000 star spirits. Come on, continue to increase the price. Let's see who can win. Chapter 23:19. Oh, since you like it so much, I'll let you have it. 1,000 star spirits for such a flashy mystique. Brother, you're really rich. Yi Xian's words couldn't be any more derogatory. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. Many people were trying to hold back their laughter. Some even couldn't hold it in and started laughing loudly. It was obvious that someone had been tricked by Yi Xian, and he was in a very bad state. Although there was only one copy of the nameless mystique, it was obvious that this item didn't have much fighting power. It might be a good storage item, but this item couldn't be passed down. In other words, that person couldn't even pass down this mystique. 1,000 star spirits for such a useless item. One could only imagine how great a loss that person had suffered. 1,000 star spirits going once. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? The auctioneer's voice rang out. Of course, even a fool wouldn't raise the price now. 1,000 star spirits was equivalent to 100 billion divine crystals. This far exceeded the item's original value. It could be said that if this item hadn't appeared at this auction, no one would want to buy it even if it was offered 1,000,000,000 divine crystals. Yi Xian looked indifferently at the private room in the distance. Because the private rooms here were all specially made, under normal circumstances, no one would know who was in which private room. Of course, to the major factions, they would reveal their identities. Therefore, Yi Xian knew that the person bidding against him was another one of the 4 ancient aristocratic families. Only Yi Xian would have the guts and temper to offend another ancient aristocratic family after just leaving home. As for the others, who would dare? The nameless mystique was eventually won by that person. The auction that followed didn't cause too much of a stir. With Yi Xian raising the price to trick others, the crowd was much more stable when raising the price. At the very least, they wouldn't raise the price carelessly. Until one thing appeared. This item is a special treasure obtained from the void. We don't know what it is, but we can be sure that it was left behind by a powerful person in ancient times. According to the appraisal, this item has an extremely strong defensive power. At the same time, it was made with some kind of unknown special material. Once again, the film master was rambling on and on. However, on Yi Xian's end, the system notification was even clearer. Ding! System notification, detected special weapon, God-slaying armor. The damaged God-slaying armor made it difficult for people to recognize his true appearance. Before Yi Xian could react, the system once again prompted, the God-slaughtering armor is a part of the God-slaughtering set. Host, please take note that once the host obtains the God-slaughtering armor and successfully repairs it, the host can trigger the set effect. Yi Xian had no idea what the set effects were, but he did know that the Godslayer armor and Godslayer sword were part of a set, and they were extremely useful to Yi Xian. Others might not know what it was, but it was impossible for Yi Xian not to know. Yi Xian was very clear about the power and attributes of the Godslayer sword. Then, how could the God-slaying armor, which was also part of a set, be any worse? A set. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would actually encounter a set here, and it was the God-slaying set. This time, it looked like Yi Xian was going to get it at all costs. This item could only belong to Yi Xian. Only in Yi Xian's hands would it be of the greatest value, 10 billion. 50 billion. The price continued to climb. Everyone knew that this was a good item, so naturally, no one would give it up. Of course, because this item was damaged and no one knew if it could be repaired, everyone was still a little hesitant when raising the price. When it reached 100 billion, everyone was more conservative in raising the price. Each time, they would only raise it by 100 or 200 million. It was obvious that Yi Xian's actions last time had caused everyone to be somewhat alarmed. However, at this moment, Yi Xian spoke, 100 billion divine crystals and 5 ancient resources. Did Yi Xian have that many divine crystals? No, of course he didn't. However, Yi Xian dared to make such a bid. At most, he would just take out all the items from the devoured space as collateral. He had to get his hands on this item. Hence, Yi Xian didn't care about anything else. It was him again. Countless eyes were focused on Yi Xian's treasure chest. Many people were wondering if they should continue to bid. After all, Yi Xian had scammed a lot of people the last time. Who knew if he was trying to trick someone again this time? 100 billion divinity crystals and 5 ancient resources. Let's make it 120 billion divinity crystals. I'll bid 130 billion divinity crystals. Brother over there, are you still going to bid? Someone made another bid. It was obvious that it wouldn't be easy to force everyone to back down. However, just as that person finished speaking, Yi Xian's voice rang out again, 100 billion divine crystals, plus 20 ancient resources and 100 special resources. Boom! Everyone was in an uproar. What was this guy trying to do? 20 ancient resources and 100 special resources. One had to know that resources weren't ancient or special just because you said they were. All resources were specially appraised. Only when they met the appraisal criteria would they be able to determine their quality. Now, Yi Xian had actually called out 100 billion divine crystals, 20 ancient resources, and 100 special resources. Was he preparing to risk his life? Of course, this time, everyone hesitated. It seemed like Yi Xian had made such a reckless bid the last time and cheated someone of countless divine crystals. Was Yi Xian for real this time, or was he trying to mystify the situation? Everyone couldn't help but think. Furthermore, they had to calculate whether the broken armor was worth so much. However, no one knew what the God Slayer armor was. Hence, they gave up in the end. Alright, congratulations to this gentleman for winning this auction. Yi Xian smiled bitterly as the auctioneer spoke. This time, he owed a huge amount of debt. It seemed that Yi Xian could only ask Miyu for help. This auction belonged to the Divine Master, which meant that it belonged to Miyu. If Yi Xian wanted to slowly repay his debt, he could only ask Miyu for help. Perhaps only Miyu would be able to make Yi Xian do as he wished. Yi Xian wasn't in the mood to participate in the rest of the auction. After all, no matter what items appeared later on, Yi Xian wasn't qualified to compete for them. He was currently in the negative. Yi Xian found Miyu and gave her a simple request. Miyu then went to find Miyu. After all, only Miyu could make such a decision. Yi Xian owed too much. Chapter 23:20. Mi Yan's request was simple. She could agree to pay Yi Xian in installments, but the prerequisite was that Yi Xian had to participate in the Divine Master Arena. The Divine Master Arena was a small part of the Master God battlefield. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. The Divine Master Arena was for each Master God to send their elites to battle it out. Life and death were their own responsibility, but it concerned the reputation of each god realm, and there was also the desire to place heavy bets. Yi Xian didn't know why Mi Yan wanted him to participate, but Yi Xian knew that he had no choice but to participate even if he wanted to. According to the rules of the auction, if he broke the contract after the auction, he would have to pay 20% of the bid price as compensation. The price that Yi Xian had burst out was probably 200 billion. 20% of 200 billion would be 40 billion. In other words, if Yi Xian wanted to break the contract, he would have to pay 40 billion deity crystals. 40 billion deity crystals was equivalent to Yi Xian's entire net worth, and that was only if he included the compensation for leaving home. Therefore, Yi Xian had no choice. Fortunately, the Divine Master Arena hadn't started yet. Normally, the Divine Master Arena would be opened at the same time as the Master God battlefield. Or, it would be opened after a discussion between several god realms. Of course, there was a difference between the two. The Divine Master Arena in the Master God battlefield was a life and death battle. If one lost, there was only one outcome, death. However, if the Master God's arena was jointly set up by several gods' territories, it might not be that dangerous. After all, since they were willing to set up the Master God's arena peacefully, it meant that the relationship between these gods' territories was not that bad. After Yi Xian agreed to the conditions, he obtained the god-slaying armor as he wished. Yi Xian had paid a huge price for this item, and it could even be said that he had risked his life in battle. If this item couldn't satisfy Yi Xian's needs, then Yi Xian would suffer a huge loss. At this time, Yi Xian was already looking at the item and checking its attributes. System, show me the attributes of this item. Yi Xian said to the system. Ding. System notification. Analyzing the specified item's data. Analysis complete. Broken God Slayer armor, one of the pieces of the God Slayer set. It has extremely strong defensive capabilities. At the same time, it also has several special divine abilities. Currently, it is in an 80% broken state. Therefore, it cannot be used and its specific attributes cannot be checked. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. He had paid such a high price in exchange for something that he could not use for the time being. He did not know if it was worth it. However, when he thought about it, it was a part of the god-slaying set. Thinking about the power of the god-slaying sword, then, once this thing was repaired, it would not be that simple. Therefore, Yi Xian was relieved. Right now, Yi Xian could be considered to be heavily burdened. The things that he owed Miyu couldn't be returned just because he said so. Because Yi Xian wasn't willing to owe Miyu a favor, Yi Xian was a bit wary of that old man and Miyu. Therefore, after leaving the filming, Yi Xian only rested for a few days before setting off again. The matters of the Maple Land, the Over-God battle ring, Luo Luo's whereabouts, and leaving home made Yi Xian unable to rest even if he wanted to. Perhaps, going to the mysterious lake to kill some divine beasts would be a form of relaxation. System, send me to the mysterious lake. Yi Xian gave an order to the system. The mysterious lake had a large number of divine beasts, and their levels were also very high. It was the best place for Yi Xian to train. Moreover, there was nothing else besides the divine beasts, so it was a good place for Yi Xian to have some peace. Sword Attendant Wan Sun, go and find the target. Yi Xian released Sword Attendant Wan Sun and prepared to search for the target this time. Sword Attendant Wan Sun did not have any other abilities, but its detection abilities were definitely very strong. Therefore, although this little thing was usually useless, sometimes it was the most suitable. Soon, Sword Attendant Wan Sun sent back a signal. Yi Xian finally found the target this time. When Yi Xian arrived at the target, he looked at the mounds in front of him in surprise. To be honest, he did not think too much about it because Sword Attendant Wan Sun's target was to find the divine beast with the lowest level. However, this time, what exactly did Sword Attendant Wan Sun find for Yi Xian? Ding! System notification, please take note. The special divine beast for detection is a social whirlwind sky-swallowing rat. Rat? Ding! System yes, the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat is a special divine beast. It usually moves in groups. The lowest level is the true god realm. The Rat King has the cultivation of a low-level divine lord. F***CK. It can't be, Sword Attendant Wan Sun. This time, he created a huge problem for himself. A social divine beast was the most difficult divine beast to deal with. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook and a figure jumped out. Wasn't it a whirlwind sky-swallowing rat? This guy probably just wanted to come up for some fresh air, but when he saw Yi Xian, he blinked his eyes. As for Yi Xian, he was also looking at the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat. The two of them were less than 100 meters apart, so they were staring at each other. The wings of the gods gave Yi Xian the ability to hide, so Yi Xian could easily hide from the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat's divine sense. However, the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat also had a special ability to hide, so it successfully escaped from Yi Xian's divine sense. That was why such a scene had happened. Suddenly, Yi Xian moved. He quickly pulled out the god-slaying sword and slashed at the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat. The whirlwind sky-swallowing rat also moved. The little guy first let out a sharp cry, then opened its mouth wide at Yi Xian. A strong suction force attacked Yi Xian. The whirlwind sky-swallowing rat had actually activated its special ability. From its name, one could tell that one of the special abilities of this little guy was the word swallow. It could be said that although the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat was not very big, once it activated its ability, it could swallow anything 10,000 times its size. After the two of them met, there was only a brief moment of shock before they launched their attacks. Deicide slash. 7 rays of light rushed towards the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat. Unexpectedly, the 7 rays of sword light were swallowed by the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat. That's so strong. Yi Xian was stunned. This was the first time his deicide slash had been neutralized. Furthermore, it had been neutralized by being swallowed. It could be said that Yi Xian was quite surprised. However, what happened next was interesting. The whirlwind sky-swallowing rat was slightly stunned. Then, it clutched its stomach and started rolling on the ground. You actually wanted to swallow the god-slaying sword's attack. Now you're reaping what you sowed. Yi Xian smirked. He looked at the whirlwind sky-swallowing rat with disdain. Suddenly, beside Yi Xian, a sound that sounded like an explosion sounded out. Boom! 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 Chapter 23-21. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In an instant, Yi Xian was surrounded. Damn it! Yi Xian did not dare to stay any longer. He immediately rose into the sky. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. However, the whirlwind sky-devouring rats would not let Yi Xian go so easily. They let out a unique cry and charged toward Yi Xian. Damn it! Die, all of you! This time, Yi Xian was caught off guard. He was not prepared at all. In the beginning, Yi Xian thought that he would have no problem coming over. However, he did not expect to be ambushed as soon as he arrived at the border of the whirlwind sky-devouring rats' territory. Thousand Beasts Sword Servants. Flower God Sword Servants, come out. Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the Thousand Beasts Sword Servants and Flower God Sword Servants. The battle began in an instant. Moreover, the moment it began, it became white-hot. Boom! Boom! It was as if the entire earth was shaking. It was as if both the sky and the ground were filled with battle. There were not many whirlwind sky-devouring rats, only a few dozen of them. However, there were more than 1,000 god-tier mounts and flower god sword servants. It could be said that if it was just quantity, then Yi Xian's side had the advantage. Unfortunately, the whirlwind sky-devouring rat's second ability was speed. These little guys were extremely fast. Dozens or even hundreds of god-tier mounts could not do anything to them. Their incredible speed, coupled with their sky-devouring ability, caused the god-tier mounts to suffer heavy losses. Wei Zhentian. With a thought, Yi Xian activated Wei Zhentian's treasure form. The first treasure form was the one that Yi Xian liked. Buzhou Mountain Seal. Buzhou Mountain was said to be the divine mountain that supported the world. Not only was it extremely tall, but it was also extremely large. Who would have thought that Wei Zhentian would transform into such a powerful treasure? Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not have enough devouring points. Otherwise, Yi Xian might have used Buzhou Mountain Seal as a permanent treasure. Suppress. Yi Xian waved his hand and a huge mountain appeared. The mountain was huge, but it kept shrinking as it fell. This was because he needed to adjust its density according to its target. The smaller the size of Mount Buzhou, the more powerful it would be. A loud rumble was heard as Mount Buzhou fell. In an instant, a huge mountain appeared in front of Yi Xian, and several whirlwind heaven-swallowing beasts were suppressed. Yi Xian waved his hand and the mountain disappeared. However, at the same time that the Buzhou Mountain Seal disappeared, another phantom condensed in the sky and came crashing down. How could the whirlwind heaven-swallowing rat possibly withstand such a fierce attack? Therefore, in just a short exchange of blows, several whirlwind-spitting beasts were crushed to death by Yi Xian. When the phantom of Mount Buzhou summoned by the Buzhou Mountain Seal fell down, several spells would appear around it. Each spell had a special function. While weakening the target, it would also strengthen itself. Yi Xian just stood there, but every time he waved his hand, a huge mountain would come crashing down. He kept crushing the group of whirlwind heaven-swallowing beasts. It could be said that as long as the whirlwind heaven-swallowing beasts were a little slower, they would be crushed to death immediately. The fierce whirlwind heaven-swallowing beasts were now jumping up and down under Yi Xian's attacks. Even if these guys could swallow things that were 10,000 times their size, the phantom of Mount Buzhou was more than 10,000 times their size. Squeak. Squeak, the whirlwind heaven-swallowing rats were making a racket anxiously. Unfortunately, Yi Xian could not understand what they were saying. At this time, Yi Xian finally had the time to check their cultivation levels. System, check the cultivation levels of these whirlwind heaven-swallowing rats. Ding. System notification. Target's average level is mid-level true immortal. Holy shit. Yi Xian had always thought that these whirlwind heaven-swallowing beasts in front of him should at least be high-level true immortals. However, he did not expect Yi Xian to be wrong this time. These guys' cultivation levels were actually so low. However, to be able to dodge Yi Xian's attacks with a cultivation level lower than Yi Xian's, these whirlwind heaven-swallowing rats probably had something to be proud of. Suddenly, Yi Xian felt a surge of fear in his heart. Almost instinctively, Yi Xian jumped up and left his original position. Boom! A gigantic whirlwind heaven-swallowing rat emerged from the ground. This guy was actually more than 10 meters tall. Such a gigantic rat, not to mention anything else, just looking at it made one feel disgusted. Human, why did you massacre my people? The whirlwind heaven-swallowing rat said to Yi Xian as soon as it appeared. Finally, it met a guy who could talk. Hearing this, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. You said I massacred them? Why didn't you say they attacked me? Human, this is my clan's territory. You have trespassed on my territory. Do you think you are in the right? A rat actually dared to reason with Yi Xian? Although this rat was a divine rat, and a large one at that, was Yi Xian going to pay attention to it? Yi Xian held the Buzhou Mountain stamp in his left hand and the God Slayer in his right. He looked coolly at the large rat in front of him and said disdainfully, "Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Human, how dare you be so presumptuous in my clan's territory? Today, I will teach you a good lesson." Whirlwind heaven swallowing. Whirlwind heaven swallowing? What kind of mystique was this? However, Yi Xian soon found out what this mystique was. The whirlwind heaven-swallowing rat king spat out a powerful gust of wind from its mouth. As soon as this gust of wind appeared, it swept toward Yi Xian. Everything in its path was immediately swallowed up. It didn't matter if it was mud, rocks, or even air. This whirlwind heaven-swallowing rat king was simply courting death by swallowing everything in front of Yi Xian. System. Check target's level. Ding. System notification. Target is a third-grade Divine Lord. Third-grade Divine Lord. It seemed like there was a bit of pressure. Yi Xian's figure suddenly retreated, but he was thinking of a solution. System. Fuse with the 100 Destruction Sword Servants. The 100 Destruction Divine Stone was a special resource that Yi Xian had obtained during the auction. With these 100 Destruction Divine Stones, Yi Xian could fuse with the 100 Destruction Sword Servants. Previously, Yi Xian had not fused with the 100 Destruction Sword Servants because he didn't need it. However, wasn't this the right time? Thousand Beast Feast, begin. Since he wanted to fuse with the 100 Destruction Sword Servants, it would naturally take time. Therefore, the 1,000 Beast Sword Servants and Divine Flower Sword Servants would go and stop the enemy first. Ding. Detected 100 Destruction Divine Stone that can be used to fuse with the 100 Destruction Sword Servants. Will the host use it all? Use it all. Of course, he had to use it all. What was the use of keeping these 100 Destruction Divine Stones? Chapter 23-22. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ding. System notification. Beginning fusion. Ding. System notification. Fusion. 100 Destruction Sword Attendant. Special ability Sword Attendant. This Sword Attendant can continuously level up through 100 Destruction Divine Stones of different attributes. 135794. 6810 GGGGGD Realm. The 100 Destruction Sword Attendant belongs to the Incomparable Realm. Its realm is automatically bound to the host. When the host levels up, the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant levels up. Special Ability 1, 100 Destruction. The 100 Destruction Sword Attendant can destroy any treasure, seal, illusion, talisman, space, time, and everything else. The prerequisite is to integrate the corresponding 100 Destruction Divine Stones, 1,000 Destruction Divine Stones, 10,000 Destruction Divine Stones, etc. Range, currently, with the host as the center, within a radius of 1,000 meters. This range can be increased as the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant levels up. Currently, with the activated ability, it can destroy all engulfment, part of illusions, and part of seals. Holy shit! Yi Xian was dumbfounded when he saw this attribute. This should be considered a support sword attendant, but wasn't this ability too powerful? It could destroy everything. What did this mean? If he could even break through time and space, then what else couldn't he break through? This guy, although only had one special ability, this special ability was not just a little bit overpowered. This meant that Yi Xian would be invincible in countless situations in the future. However, the only thing that annoyed him was that this guy seemed to be a brittle skin. He was in the same realm as Yi Xian. In other words, if Yi Xian did not level up, he would not level up. That was fine. The key was that he did not have any other abilities. Other than destruction, it was still destruction. Of course, just this one ability was enough to satisfy Yi Xian. 100 Destruction Sword Attendant. Yi Xian waved his hand, and the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant appeared. In an instant, the hurricane that was originally attacking Yi Xian disappeared without a trace. Useful. Really useful. However, Yi Xian could only keep this guy away after using it. After all, the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant did not have the ability to revive, and its defense was very low. If he was not careful, he could be toyed with to death. Yi Xian did not want his hard-earned 100 Destruction Sword Attendant to be toyed with to death so quickly. The 100 Destruction Sword Attendant was a sword attendant that could play a decisive role at a critical moment. System notification: the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant is to the host, please note. The 100 Destruction Sword Attendant's cooldown is 3 days. Could only be summoned once every 3 days? It seemed that it was only to be used translation. Ding. System notification: since the host possesses the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant, the host has automatically obtained a special layer of the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant. All of the host's resistances have been increased. Please note, as the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant's level increases, the host's resistances will also continue to increase. Translation, 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 translation. At this moment, the whirlwind heaven-devouring Rat King was stunned. Human. You. How did you do it? Why did my attack disappear? Translation, level. In his eyes, Yi Xian did not do much, but the mystique he was so proud of had disappeared just like that. When had Whirlwind Sky-devouring Rat King ever seen such a strange situation? But regardless of whether he had seen it or not, the truth was the truth. His attack had been neutralized. Yi Xian originally didn't know that the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant had a cooldown, which was why he put him away so quickly. But now, since the 100 Destruction Sword Attendant had been recalled, Yi Xian would not be able to summon him for 3 days. Therefore, Yi Xian would not give Whirlwind Sky-devouring Rat King a chance to launch his attack. Deity Slaying Slash. 7 rays of light exploded. At the same time, the Buzhou Mountain seal in Yi Xian's hand flashed, and a huge mountain fell towards Whirlwind Sky-devouring Rat King. Whirlwind Sky-devouring Rat King was still in a daze. He had not completely recovered from the sudden disappearance of his ultimate mystique. Therefore, Yi Xian's sudden attack had caught him off guard. Damned human, how dare you sneak attack me? Whirlwind Sky-devouring Rat King was furious. This human had been challenging his authority from the start. Therefore, he had to kill this human no matter what. Of course, Yi Xian was also thinking the same thing. After all, this whirlwind heaven-swallowing Rat King was incomparably powerful. If Yi Xian didn't immediately kill him, then once he reacted, even if Yi Xian was able to escape, he would definitely be in an extremely miserable state. Cut the crap. Go to hell. Yi Xian's figure moved as he directly charged towards the whirlwind sky-swallowing Rat King. The god-slaying sword in his hand continuously attacked, and the Buzhou Mountain seal also didn't stop attacking. Perhaps the Buzhou Mountain seal couldn't truly threaten the whirlwind Rat King, but it could still be of great use. Even whirlwind sky-devouring Rat King could not ignore the attacks of the Buzhou Mountain seal. Slash. 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 Yi Xian swung the God Slayer again and again, sending out deicide slashes one after another. It could be said that facing Whirlwind Sky-devouring Rat King, he had activated the tenfold critical hit effect of the God Slayer. This meant that every time Yi Xian attacked, it would be tenfold critical hit. However, even if it was 10 times the critical hit, it couldn't do much damage to that guy. Instead, it provoked Whirlwind Sky-devouring Rat King into a berserk state. Human, I want you dead. I want you dead. Whirlwind Sky-devouring Rat King's eyes were glowing red. Clearly, he hated Yi Xian immensely. Suddenly, he opened his huge mouth. A black ball was spat out from his mouth. Human, enjoy this. I'll let you have a taste of my Whirlwind Sky-devouring Rat tribe's innate mystique, endless devouring. The terrifying suction force made Yi Xian feel like he could not control himself. Even his divine consciousness felt like it was being swallowed by the black ball. The most important thing was that the devouring was actually only aimed at Yi Xian. Even the surrounding plants and rocks weren't affected in the slightest. In other words, the ball's devouring force was targeted. Damn it, Yi Xian was shocked. Yi Xian abruptly stabbed the god-slaying sword into the ground, then tightly gripped it. What should I do? If I don't explode now, Yi Xian will be sucked into an unknown space by the black ball. Yi Xian's mind raced. He even regretted recalling the sword chamberlain of 100 destruction so quickly. However, slowly, Yi Xian realized that the devouring force was getting smaller and smaller. Could it be that Whirlwind Sky-devouring Rat King had given up? No, judging from the Whirlwind Sky-devouring Rat King's frenzied appearance, he had not given up. Then what was going on now? Suddenly, Yi Xian had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a possibility, and that was resistance. Yi Xian's resistance to devouring was the highest. In that case, wouldn't it mean that it was the resistance that was working to cancel out the devouring power of the Black Sphere? Chapter 23-23. As time passed, Yi Xian could clearly feel the devouring power diminishing. To be more precise, it wasn't the Whirlwind Sky-devouring Rat King's attack that was weakening, but the effect of the devouring power on Yi Xian was weakening. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. That feeling was like being in an ice cellar. It was very cold at the start, but you kept putting on more clothes. That way, you wouldn't be afraid of the cold anymore. Furthermore, even the Whirlwind Sky-devouring Rat King could see that a faint black light had appeared around Yi Xian's body. That light was constantly counteracting the devouring power. Towards the end, Yi Xian was even able to move freely. Impossible, human, how did you do it? No one can resist my devouring power. How did you do it? The Whirlwind Sky-devouring Rat King's face was filled with shock. He couldn't understand how Yi Xian could counteract the devouring power. Of course, perhaps he would never understand. Because he didn't have the chance to. After slowly adapting to the devouring power, Yi Xian launched another attack. The god-slaying sword and the Buzhou mountain seal took turns to attack. Although the Whirlwind Sky-swallowing Rat King was an inferior third-grade Divine Lord-level divine beast, it was impossible for him to withstand Yi Xian's berserk attacks that were guaranteed to explode with every strike. Boom! Another sword slashed out. This time, the Whirlwind Sky-devouring Rat King couldn't hold on any longer. He was sent flying by Yi Xian's sword. Damn it, human, I'll spare your life today. Next time, you won't be so lucky. The Whirlwind Sky-devouring Rat King said angrily to Yi Xian as he tried to escape. But now, he wanted to escape. It was too late. God-slaying slash. Divine Talisman attack. Restriction attack. Buzhou mountain seal. Yi Xian didn't hold back in the slightest. He immediately unleashed his strongest attack. In an instant, the phantom image of Mount Buzhou appeared in the sky and the attack of the divine talisman appeared at the same time. On the ground, Yi Xian also swung the Godslayer and threw out one restriction after another. No! Damned human, you can't do this to me. The whirlwind heaven-devouring Rat King howled as it tried to escape. Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance. Boom! The phantom of Mount Buzhou smashed down. At the same time, the talismans, restrictions, and deity-slaying slash arrived. The whirlwind heaven-swallowing rat's cries came to an abrupt end. It had actually been killed by Yi Xian's consecutive attacks. Ding. The host has killed the whirlwind heaven-devouring rat king and obtained a drop of golden blood. Devour. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian devoured the whirlwind heaven-swallowing rat king and the other whirlwind heaven-swallowing rats he had killed. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now at upper grade 9 True God Realm. Upper grade 9 True God Realm. In other words, as long as Yi Xian killed another Divine Lord Realm Divine Beast, he would be able to advance to the Divine Lord Realm. Once he advanced to the Divine Lord Realm, Yi Xian would also be able to master a nomological attack technique. Continue to kill. Yi Xian decisively made a decision. He would continue to fight and kill another Divine Beast. Sword Attendant Wanshuan was summoned by Yi Xian once again. He immediately searched for a suitable target in the distance. Of course, Yi Xian could not act immediately. He waited for 3 days because 3 days was just enough time to remove the cooldowns of the Sword Attendant Hunter Destruction, Sword Attendant Thousand Beasts, and Sword Attendant Deity Blossom. 3 days later, Yi Xian arrived at the territory of another divine beast. This was a strange divine beast that looked a little like a tortoise but had the head of a divine dragon. This divine beast was very lazy. When Sword Attendant Wanshuan found him, he was lying on the ground. 3 days later, when Yi Xian came to find trouble with him, he was still lying there, motionless. System, detect what kind of divine beast this is. Yi Xian said to the system. Ding. System notification, target is a land dragon turtle. Ding. System notification, land dragon turtles are descendants of the ancient dragon turtle. They have many bloodlines. Although they are collectively called land dragon turtles, they have different strengths. Ding. System notification, target is a lower grade first divine lord realm divine beast. Special ability, defense. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback. Special ability, defense? What did this mean? System, how do you explain the land dragon turtle's special ability? Ding. System notification. Some land dragon turtles have inherited the ancient dragon turtle's powerful attack power, some have inherited the ancient dragon turtle's powerful physique, and some have inherited the ancient dragon turtle's super defensive power. Ding. The land dragon turtle that the host is facing has inherited the ancient dragon turtle's super defensive power. It is immune to all attacks below the upper grade divine lord realm. What? Immune to all attacks below the upper grade divine lord realm? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Although he had just leveled up, he was only at the peak true god realm. This guy was immune to all attacks below the upper grade divine lord realm. Didn't that mean that even if the land dragon turtle lay there and allowed Yi Xian to hit it, Yi Xian wouldn't be able to hurt it at all? How could there be such a crazy ability? How was Yi Xian going to deal with this guy? I don't believe it. My deity vanquishing slash has a chance of triggering the one-hit kill effect. Can't it do anything to this guy? Yi Xian didn't believe that he couldn't do anything to the land dragon turtle, so he directly launched an attack. The land dragon turtle glanced at Yi Xian from the corner of its eyes and actually didn't even bother to move. It allowed Yi Xian to continuously attack it. However, the land dragon turtle didn't even move from its crouching position, let alone defend against it. Ding. Host's attack has triggered the one-hit kill effect. Ding. Land dragon turtle's special attribute has been activated. The effect has been weakened. Yi Xian's attack had finally triggered the one-hit kill effect, but it had been weakened. What looked like an extremely powerful attack only left a faint white mark on the land dragon turtle's shell. Yi Xian's figure flashed and he immediately retreated to the side. He had to admit defeat. This guy's defensive power was really freakishly strong. No matter how Yi Xian attacked it, Yi Xian couldn't do anything to it even if he triggered the one-hit kill effect. So what other ways did Yi Xian have to deal with this guy? There was no other way. Yi Xian didn't have any other way to deal with this land dragon turtle. She calculated the time and realized that the filming should be over soon. Because Yi Xian had used his connection with Mi Yan, he was able to complete the transaction in advance. However, everyone else had to wait until the auction was over before they could bid for their items. This was an auction organized by the Divine Master, so no one dared to be presumptuous. Naturally, no one was worried about being robbed. Why did Yi Xian care about the time of the auction? Actually, he was more concerned about the mysterious person who destroyed the organization. That person was very strong. It could be said that Yi Xian wasn't his match at all. Chapter 23-24. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian had always been worried about the whereabouts of the Annihilation Organization in the Maple region. Now that the mysterious man had appeared, Yi Xian naturally had to follow him to find out. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. The ancient beast trapping formation was still in Yi Xian's hands, but Yi Xian dared not act rashly. After all, no one knew whether the ancient beast trapping formation had successfully controlled the ancient soul-devouring demon emperor. If it had not, then once Yi Xian was released, it would definitely be a catastrophe. What should he do? Now that Yi Xian was going to track down the mysterious man, not to mention whether Yi Xian would be able to avoid detection with his strength, even if he had not been detected and successfully found the hiding place of the Annihilation Organization, Yi Xian would not be able to do anything to him. But could he just let the mysterious man leave? After hesitating for a long time, Yi Xian could only shake his head helplessly. It seemed that he had no other choice but to give up now. He had better look for another divine beast and upgrade to the Divine Lord realm. However, Yi Xian did not know that while he wanted to find trouble with the mysterious man also wanted to find trouble with Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian did not have to worry that the mysterious man would leave so soon. Before he took the ancient beast trapping formation from Yi Xian, the mysterious man would not leave. After all, the ancient soul-devouring demon emperor in Yi Xian's hands was too important for the Annihilation Organization. After making up his mind, Yi Xian quickly looked for another target. There was no shortage of divine beasts around the mysterious lake. So soon, Yi Xian found a new target. System, detect the strength of this divine beast. Ding. System notification, detection successful. Scythebeak beast. Lower class Divine Lord Realm. Another low-level 3rd grade Divine Lord Realm divine beast? In that case, Yi Xian wanted to see just what was so special about this low-level 3rd grade Divine Lord Realm divine beast. System, continue to detect his attributes. Ding. System notification, detection successful. Scythebeak beast, special ability, 1 strike kill. The sicklebeak beast has a powerful attack power. Its 2 arms are like 2 sharp sickles. Once it launches an attack, the power is incomparably strong. Ding. The sicklebeak beast's 2nd special ability, shriek. The mouth of the sickle beasts is like a trumpet, able to amplify its voice and unleash a berserk attack power. It also has the ability to capture one's soul. Yi Xian nodded. He now had a basic understanding of the sickle beasts. Without hesitation, he summoned the 1,000 beasts sword servants and defoliated sword servants to surround the sicklebeak beast. Suddenly, before Yi Xian could give the order to attack, the sickle beasts attacked first. It turned out that the sicklebeak beast had a strong sense of territory. Once any enemy stepped into its territory, it would attack without hesitation. The sicklebeak beast suddenly accelerated and charged forward. Its arms were as sharp as sickles and had countless serrated teeth. Poochie! Poochie! With a series of sounds, the sicklebeak beast killed more than a dozen divine beast mounts with a single charge. Moreover, the sicklebeak beast was extremely fast. After one attack, another attack followed. 1,000 Beasts Feast. Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately activated the 1,000 Beasts Feast, hoping to strengthen the 1,000 Beasts Sword Servants. Even so, the sicklebeak beast continued to wreak havoc among the divine beast mounts. Boom! With another charge, the berserk strength of the sicklebeak beast actually split a large mountain in half. This sicklebeak beast's attack power was not ordinary. Surrounded by the 1,000 beast sword servants and divine beast mounts, and with the defoliated sword servant support, it could still unleash such powerful destructive power. Spiritual control. Yi Xian knew very well that if this sickle-beak beast was allowed to wreak havoc, all the divine beast mounts would be slowly wiped out. Therefore, Yi Xian could not give this sickle-beak beast any space to charge. Fortunately, the sickle-beak beast's intelligence was only average. In other words, even if its cultivation base was higher than Yi Xian's spiritual control would still be able to affect it to a certain extent. Indeed, as soon as Yi Xian activated his spiritual control, the sickle-beak beast's speed dropped significantly, and it even paused for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the divine beast mounts all pounced forward. This time, Yi Xian had summoned more than 300 platinum divine beast mounts, as well as more than 20 purple gold divine beast mounts. This could be considered an explosion of summons. Therefore, once the sickle-beak beast was surrounded by god-tier mounts, its charging space would be reduced, and its power would be greatly reduced. However, what Yi Xian did not expect was that the sickle-beak beast would break free from the suppression of spiritual control before the divine beast mounts could successfully surround it. No, I can't let it continue to charge. I have to surround it. Yi Xian gritted his teeth. System, use resources to exchange for the success rate of spiritual control. I have to suppress that guy. Ding. Exchange successful. In an instant, the power of spiritual control that Yi Xian released was strengthened once again. However, the gap between the realms was too great. Moreover, there was still a limit between the true God realm and the Godlord realm. Therefore, even though Yi Xian had unleashed the full potential of spiritual control, he could only barely suppress the sickle-beak beast. It was impossible to truly control it. Of course, this was already enough. With Yi Xian's help, the divine beast mounts all rushed forward and completely surrounded the sickle-beak beast, preventing it from using its sickle-beak beast's charge ability. However, this was already enough. All of you, attack together and kill it. Following Yi Xian's command, the divine beast mounts launched a frenzied attack. In the sky, on the ground, and even underground, there were divine beast mounts appearing continuously and launching rapid attacks. Yi Xian himself was not idle either. With a wave of his hand, Wei Zhentian sent the Godslayer flying. Yi Xian stood proudly in midair. He watched as the sickle-beak beast was surrounded and beaten. Wanting to fight Yi Xian in close combat? Wishful thinking. A Godlord divine beast just had to fight Yi Xian in close combat. Wasn't that just asking to be beaten up? Roar. The sickle-beak beast launched its sound attack, but it was too late. Although several divine beast mounts were sent flying, even more divine beast mounts were waiting to fill in the gaps. The pitiful sickle-beak beast would never have dreamed that he would lose in close combat. That it would be beaten to death in such a miserable manner. Devour. After Yi Xian recalled the 1,000 beast sword servants and the petal god sword servants, he immediately activated his devouring ability. Ding. Host has killed the sickle-beak beast. Obtained 1 drop of golden blood. Ding. Host has broken through. Host is now a first-grade low-level godlord. Chapter 23-25. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Ding. Nomological laws are being randomly selected. Ding. System notification. According to the host's attributes, the devouring nomological laws have been automatically selected. Ding. Host, please take note. The host's devouring ability has been strengthened. From now on, the host can not only use devouring to level up, but also to kill enemies. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. Ding. System notification. The host's current nomological powers are too low. It is recommended that the host quickly level up or obtain more devouring nomological laws to strengthen the power of the nomological laws. Ding. The host's domain space has begun construction. The host's current realm is insufficient and cannot complete. Ding. The host's myriad sovereign bloodline special skill 3 has been activated. Lock on to devouring. Lock on to devouring. The host can focus his devouring ability to destroy a specific target. This skill can be controlled from a distance and cause continuous damage. At the same time, this skill can be used together with the Eternal Domain. Ding! The host does not have enough Eternal points to activate the skill. Ding! The host has been promoted to the Lord Realm. The Eternal Bloodline special attribute has been activated. Forced devouring. The host can forcibly devour any nomological powers for his own use. At the same time, he can also collect nomological fragments and nomological powers. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. Forced devouring has a certain risk of backlash. Please select the target before using it. Ding! A new system notification has been activated. From now on, the system will automatically analyze the nomological powers that the host is facing to see if they can be devoured. The long series of system notifications made Yi Xian understand one thing. That was, he was about to start a new chapter in his life. The battle of the laws would definitely be more thrilling than the previous battles. However, no matter what, this upgrade had greatly increased Yi Xian's strength. Just the Eternal Bloodline alone had unlocked 2 new abilities. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. This was a smile he could not help but reveal. The Annihilation Organization, it's time for you to pay the price. The Annihilation Organization was a mysterious organization that Yi Xian had encountered the moment he arrived in the realm of the gods. Previously, they had been causing trouble for Yi Xian. This time, it was Yi Xian's turn to cause trouble for them. Ding! System notification. Host, please take note. The sect system has been repaired. As the host has been promoted to the Lord Realm and Lord Realm, the Lord Realm, from now on, the host can rely on the sect system to build his own strength. Unexpectedly, the system suddenly gave him another notification. Of course, Yi Xian would not mind such a prompt. Even if there were 10 more, Yi Xian would not be satisfied. However, it was clear that the benefits of advancing to the Divine Lord Realm had all been given out, so Yi Xian did not continue to receive any more notifications. System, send me back to the Kunlun Realm. It's time to find that mysterious man. It could be said that even now, Yi Xian was no match for the mysterious man. However, Yi Xian would not let go of this opportunity. From now on, he would take the initiative to find trouble with the Annihilation Organization. After Yi Xian returned to the Kunlun realm, he teleported to the God Lord Palace through the Kunlun realm and started searching for the whereabouts of the mysterious man. Of course, the mysterious person who destroyed the organization was also looking for Yi Xian. His main goal this time was the ancient beast trapping formation. Who would have thought that it would be snatched away by Yi Xian? Therefore, this guy was prepared to snatch it back from Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he could not find Yi Xian's whereabouts no matter how hard he tried. Although the Annihilation Organization was strong, they did not have much power in the Kunlun realm. He did not have the ability to check on Yi Xian's information. After searching for a while, the mysterious person could not find Yi Xian's whereabouts. Therefore, he could only leave helplessly. However, he did not know that Yi Xian had been secretly watching him. As for Sword Attendant Wanxuan, he was less than 1,000 meters away from him at all times. Of course, Sword Attendant Wanxuan was so small that he would not attract the attention of others. Even if he was seen occasionally, he would be treated as a sex toy. Yi Xian followed behind the mysterious person from a distance. Of course, he was also prepared to escape at any time. After all, if they really fought, Yi Xian was no match for this mysterious person. Fortunately, the mysterious person did not discover Yi Xian. In fact, he did not even discover Sword Attendant Wanxuan. This guy could be considered to be more vigilant. He took a big detour before returning to the Maple region. Unfortunately, Yi Xian knew where his destination was from the beginning. Therefore, he waited at the teleportation portal of the Maple region. No matter how he took a detour, he could not escape from Yi Xian's grasp. By the time the mysterious person came out of the teleportation portal, Yi Xian had already discovered him. Continuing to follow, Yi Xian found the secret realm not long after. To be honest, if this mysterious person did not lead the way, Yi Xian would not have discovered the Annihilation Organization's secret realm. It was a huge mountain, a barren mountain. There was not even a single plant on it, let alone divine beasts. In the middle of the mountain was a lake filled with poisonous gas. The entrance to the secret realm was at the bottom of the lake. Moreover, it was set up with layers of restrictions. It could be said that if Yi Xian was not also a restriction grandmaster, even if he discovered it, he would not be able to enter at all. However, even so, Yi Xian did not dare to enter rashly. After all, this was the base of the Annihilation Organization. If Yi Xian entered so easily, he would definitely be in trouble. Of course, this was not a problem for Yi Xian at all. Wasn't the Li family an ancient aristocratic family? Weren't they powerful? Then, let them open the way for him. The Li family was a super big family. Naturally, they had many affiliated families. With Yi Xian's current strength, it was impossible for him to provoke the Li family. However, those affiliated families had nothing to worry about. The Blood Cloud sect was one of the affiliated sects of the Li family. At the same time, the Blood Cloud sect was also a big family. Almost the entire Blood Cloud city belonged to them. The Blood Cloud sect was not too far away from the Maple region. Therefore, Yi Xian set his sights on the Blood Cloud sect. Have you remembered everything I've told you? Yi Xian specially made a set of special clothes and wrapped himself up tightly. At the same time, he directly controlled a disciple of the Blood Cloud sect with his spiritual sense and gave him an ancient resource. At the same time, he also gave him 2 maps and some information about the location of the Annihilation Organization. The plan was very simple. Yi Xian just wanted news about the appearance of an ancient secret treasure. Moreover, it was not just one, but many. This disciple of the Blood Cloud sect had been infected by the poisonous gas that Yi Xian specially used from the lake where the Annihilation Organization was located. After he sent the message, there would only be one result. How could this disciple of the Blood Cloud sect, who was controlled by Yi Xian's spiritual sense, resist? By the time he woke up, he would already be dead. Yi Xian stood quietly in a tea house, waiting for the message to be sent back. That disciple of the Blood Cloud sect had been made very miserable by Yi Xian. After all, one had to go all out to put on a show. Chapter 23-26. Quickly bring me to see the elder. That Snow Cloud sect disciple shouted urgently. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD, senior brother, what happened to you? How did you suffer such heavy injuries? Quick, no more nonsense. Quickly bring me to see the elder. As he spoke, that Blood Cloud sect disciple even spat out a mouthful of black blood. His junior brother naturally did not dare to tarry as he directly supported him and rushed into the Great Hall. At this moment, the Blood Cloud sect's Grand Elder had already arrived. How did you end up like this? The Grand Elder quickly came to the side of that Blood Cloud sect disciple, preparing to treat his injuries. However, that disciple would not agree at all as he directly took out a resource from his spatial ring. Grand Elder, I accidentally entered a mysterious place. This is the resource I obtained there. However, the poisonous qi there is confusing. Also, it seems that someone discovered it first. This disciple is useless, only being able to obtain this resource. Also, this is a map of that place. This disciple had originally prepared 2 copies, but one of them was lost in the city. As that disciple finished speaking, he spat out another mouthful of black blood, directly dying on the spot. How could that Grand Elder still be in the mood to care about that disciple now? He was completely attracted by the resource that the disciple had brought back. This is the Wudong Divine Stone that can only be produced in ancient secret realms. Heavens, it's actually the Wudong Divine Stone. Quickly gather all the elders and have all the disciples return to the sect. Also, search the entire city. We must not let the other map be taken away by anyone. Very quickly, the entire Blood Cloud sect entered a state of anxiety. At this time, Yi Xian's plan could already be said to have succeeded. Groups of Blood Cloud sect disciples searched the city unceasingly. Unfortunately, apart from letting everyone in Blood Cloud City know about the map, it was completely useless. Yi Xian had plenty of maps. Very quickly, map after map rapidly appeared in Blood Cloud City. While those of the Blood Cloud sect were searching without restraint, it was completely useless. Chief, we can't wait any longer. We must act now. Once someone takes the initiative, the treasure will be taken away by others. That's right, Chief. According to that disciple's report, that place has already been discovered. If we still don't act, I'm afraid that there won't be anything left. This is the ancient mystery dimension. A group of elders surrounded the chief of the Blood Cloud clan, incomparably excited. Of course I know, but the news from the Li family hasn't arrived yet. What do you mean by leaving home or not? Chief, what have our Blood Cloud clan obtained from leaving home for so long? Now that the ancient mystery land has appeared, if we still hesitate, we will never have the chance to grow stronger. Good. Inform the disciples to move out. Follow the directions on the map and kill them. The chief of the Blood Cloud clan finally made up his mind. However, the news had already spread. Map after map was sent back to the various forces. Yi Xian had originally only wanted to create some chaos so that the Blood Cloud clan would make their move sooner. Unexpectedly, however, it had actually caused several powers to simultaneously rush towards the location of the extermination organization. Of course, Yi Xian would not miss this feast of slaughter. Therefore, Yi Xian and Xian Yi mingled in the crowd and headed towards the Annihilation Organization. The people of the Annihilation Organization would never have thought that their secret base would actually be discovered by others. Moreover, those who had gone there at the beginning were only loose cultivators with average strength. Therefore, they had directly dealt with them as they had done before. However, apart from strengthening the confidence of the Blood Cloud clan and the other forces, it had no other use at all. Therefore, war was inevitable. This was the headquarters of the Annihilation Organization. They could not easily give it up. Even if they wanted to give it up, they had to at least transport the resources they had collected here away. It was a pity that they could not. The people of the Blood Cloud clan had been schemed against by Yi Xian right from the start. The moment they appeared, they had brought a large number of people with them. The disciples of the Annihilation Organization had tried to rush out several times, but their intelligence had been destroyed. After being killed, their resources had been exposed, which had only further aroused the battle intent of the Blood Cloud clan. Yi Xian was calm and unruffled in the crowd. Occasionally, he would kill a few disciples of the Blood Cloud clan or the Annihilation Organization. No one would notice him. No one would know that this was all part of a well-planned scheme. The Annihilation Organization had already been suppressed by the people sent by Mi Yen once. Naturally, they would think that the people sent to annihilate them this time. The Blood Cloud clan, on the other hand, felt that the Annihilation Organization had already obtained the treasures and would naturally not tell the truth. Therefore, the two forces did not even bother to explain to each other. The war lasted for several months. Almost every day, the Blood Cloud clan would organize people to attack. The Annihilation Organization would naturally defend. The Annihilation Organization had plundered so many resources. Therefore, even ordinary disciples would have a lot of resources on them. Killing a disciple of the Annihilation Organization would undoubtedly earn them a lot. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is 2nd grade lower true god. Unknowingly, Yi Xian had advanced by another level. After all, Yi Xian would naturally not waste the spatial rings of those who had been killed by Yi Xian. Therefore, after slowly accumulating, Yi Xian had actually advanced by a level. At this time, the war between the Blood Cloud clan and the Annihilation Organization could be said to be white-hot. The Blood Cloud clan had already discovered the entrance to the secret realm and was certain that it was the ancient secret realm. The Annihilation Organization would naturally not allow the Blood Cloud clan to enter. After all, they were an organization that could not be exposed to the light. Therefore, they could only fight. During this period of time, the total number of casualties on both sides was probably in the tens of thousands. However, the war still showed no signs of stopping. Yi Xian had been waiting for that mysterious person to come out and fight the chief of the Blood Cloud clan. Unfortunately, that mysterious person was like a coward, not coming out no matter what. However, Yi Xian naturally did not mind. Even if it took a few more months, or even a few more years, Yi Xian would not mind. It was fine as long as they could annihilate the Annihilation Organization. Besides, after all, Yi Xian could also train. As time passed, that mysterious person finally could not hide any longer and directly rushed out with his people. Blood Cloud clan, don't push us too far. We have already said that this is the base of our clan, not some ancient secret realm. Do you really want to fight to the death with us? Huh, you say that this is the base of your clan? Sure. Then, how about letting us in to take a look? Both sides drew their swords, but did not know that Yi Xian had already stealthily moved towards the base of the Annihilation Organization from another location. These restrictions were of no threat to Yi Xian at all. In fact, Yi Xian would even add various concealment restrictions on top of the original restrictions. At this time, the elites of the Annihilation Organization were all outside competing with the Blood Cloud clan. This was the best time for Yi Xian to sneak in. The concealment function of the Wings of the Gods had already been activated. Chapter 23-27. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian advanced stealthily without any hindrance. However, it was only after he entered that he realized how big the secret territory of Annihilation was. Yi Xian first entered a barren land. If not for the fact that he occasionally bumped into a few disciples of Annihilation, Yi Xian would have suspected that there was nothing here. However, as he ventured deeper, he finally arrived at the core of Annihilation's stronghold. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. This was a place made up of tens of thousands of palaces. Furthermore, each palace was cultivated independently in the void. They were only connected by pontoon bridges. Furthermore, each of these palaces was protected by a special restriction. Furthermore, most of the palaces had guardian mythical beasts. Of course, the mythical beasts used by Annihilation were all demon gods. It was only now that Yi Xian understood why Annihilation kept resurrecting demon gods. Their fundamental purpose was to use them as their guardian demon gods. Fortunately, most of the disciples of Annihilation had already left. Therefore, even if Yi Xian sneaked in, he would not be discovered. At this point, Yi Xian had already found a disciple of Annihilation. This person's cultivation level was at the upper grade 9 True God realm. He could be considered to have a higher cultivation level among the disciples who stayed behind. Yi Xian stealthily approached that person. However, the moment he approached, that person discovered him. Who's there? Who's there? The disciples suddenly looked in Yi Xian's direction. Yi Xian had used the concealment function of the Wings of the Gods. Logically speaking, it should have been impossible for Annihilation to discover him. However, someone had discovered him. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Either there was a special detection restriction here, or this disciple of Annihilation had some kind of detection ability. However, regardless of the reason, Yi Xian did not care. Since this person had discovered him, Yi Xian did not hesitate. Spiritual control. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully controlling the target. This guy's cultivation level was lower than Yi Xian's, and he was scheming against Yi Xian, so how could Yi Xian resist? Tell me the situation here. Tell me everything you know. Yes, master. The disciple that was controlled by Yi Xian's spiritual sense didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly told Yi Xian everything he knew. It turned out that every palace here had a special restriction. These restrictions protected these palaces, and some could even communicate with the guardian demon gods. Every Annihilation stronghold had a very important place. Fey God's Temple, Skill Imparting Hall, Treasure Hall, Divine Ability Hall, and Punishment Hall. The Wuji Palace was the core of the Annihilation Organization. The Treasure Hall was naturally where the treasures were stored. The Supernatural Powers Hall was where the Annihilation Organization stored their supernatural powers. These two places were the most heavily guarded. Even the upper-class true god disciple controlled by Yi Xian was not qualified to enter. Next were the Skill Imparting Hall and Punishment Hall. Their functions were similar, and they were both places where supernatural powers were imparted. However, one was a place where learning was allowed, while the other was only allowed to learn if one had made a contribution. Furthermore, if one made a mistake, one would be punished in the Punishment Hall. These two places were heavily guarded because a large number of disciples gathered at any time, and the protective restrictions were very strong. As for the Fey God's temple, nominally, it was the easiest place to defend, but in reality, it was the most dangerous place. The resurrected Fey gods of the Annihilation Organization would gather here to be tamed. Not all of these Yao gods would be so obedient, so it was inevitable that they would be tamed. The ancient Fey gods had always been the Annihilation Organization's biggest helper, and also its strongest fighter. Different ancient Fey gods had different supernatural powers, so naturally, there were differences in their combat strength. Some ancient Fey gods even had special supernatural powers, so they were extremely dangerous. The Annihilation Organization used a very special method to tame these ancient Fey gods. At the same time, they would also modify them and turn them into their most powerful trump cards. One could imagine how dangerous the Fey God Temple was. The 5 Great Halls were the core of the Annihilation Organization. However, other than the 5 Great Halls, there were also some special halls. For example, the Totem Divine Beast Hall was specially used to imprison the Totem Divine Beasts. The Blood Sacrifice Slave Hall was used to imprison people who were captured by the Annihilation Organization and were prepared to be used as blood sacrifices at any time. Wait a minute. Yi Xian only needed to listen to these introductions to know that the Annihilation Organization was extraordinarily strict. After learning the information he wanted from this disciple, Yi Xian killed him casually. Then, he continued to move forward. Of course, this time, Yi Xian already had a clear plan and a clear roadmap in mind. After all, this disciple was only an upper-class true god, so he did not have a comprehensive understanding of the base. There were also some places that this disciple did not even know what to do. As for these mysterious areas, Yi Xian put them last. His first target now was the Annihilation Organization's treasure hall. This was because Yi Xian was very clear that as long as he could loot the Annihilation Organization's treasure hall, he would make a huge profit. At the same time, he could also deal a heavy blow to the Annihilation Organization's stronghold. With a target in mind, Yi Xian naturally would not stop. In an instant, he rushed out. Along the way, he avoided all the dangerous halls and the Annihilation Organization's disciples. Under the watchful eyes of countless enemies, Yi Xian directly arrived at the treasure hall. Is this the Annihilation Organization's treasure hall? There doesn't seem to be any danger, Yi Xian said indifferently. This was because he had already arrived outside the treasure hall. However, he did not expect to encounter danger as soon as he stepped in. He saw that the sculptures, which were originally just for decoration, had all come to life. Moreover, the moment these guys woke up, they launched a frenzied attack on Yi Xian. Damn it, these damn things have no vitality at all. They are all puppets. Yi Xian was quite depressed. It was only when these things attacked him that he realized that they were all puppets. Ding! System notification: the host has entered a special space, the puppet domain. Please be careful. The puppet domain was a protective domain set up by special means. In this domain, all the puppets had the special effect of being immortal and indestructible. Even if they were completely crushed, they would be reborn. The way to break it was to destroy the restriction core. System, search for the restriction core here. Yi Xian directly ordered the system. After all, it would be difficult for him to find it himself. The Annihilation Organization's disciples had turned all the untamed ancient demon gods, as well as the powerhouses who had been captured from the outside, into puppets. These puppets had extremely strong offensive instincts. As long as they detected that someone who did not have a peer token or was not a disciple of the Annihilation Organization had intruded, they would fight to the death. Chapter 23-28. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This time, Yi Xian did not summon the 1,000 Beasts sword servants. Instead, he relied on himself to kill the puppets. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. This was because Yi Xian knew that these damned puppets were useless even after Yi Xian summoned the 1,000 Beasts sword servants. Instead, he used the 1,000 Beasts sword servants first. After all, Yi Xian still had many places to go. Boom. 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 Every time Yi Xian swung his sword, he killed a puppet. However, within the puppet domain, these puppets were undying existences. Even if Yi Xian killed them, it wouldn't affect them in the slightest. No matter how much Yi Xian killed, no matter how thoroughly he destroyed them, it wouldn't be long before a new puppet appeared. Ding. System notification, detection failed. Ding. System notification, increased detection area failed. Ding. System notification, enhancing detection, detection successful. Finally, the system gave him the core of the puppet territory. Yi Xian looked at the core in a daze. Yi Xian did not expect the core to be the base of a statue. There were tens of thousands of statue bases here, and every one of them looked exactly the same. Other than some differences in size, there were no other differences. If it was not for the system's detection, Yi Xian would not have guessed it. However, now that his target was clear, Yi Xian would not stay behind. He immediately rushed towards the base of the statue. How dare you trespass into my treasure pavilion? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Puppets could not speak, so the voice naturally came from a disciple of the Annihilation Organization. At that moment, a disciple of the Annihilation Organization appeared on the base of the statue. Ding. System notification, target set, lower rank 5 Divine Lord. Divine Lord? It seemed that this guy was the elder of the Annihilation Organization who had stayed behind to guard the treasure pavilion. Yi Xian did not want to waste time with this person. He immediately rushed forward, the god-slaying sword in his hand swinging, an array of sword light shot out. However, that person did not even move. With a wave of his hand, a puppet appeared in front of the sword light. It absorbed all of Yi Xian's attack. This guy was actually able to control these puppets at will within the puppet domain. As long as they were within the range of the puppet territory, all of them could appear at his will. Yi Xian's translation after missing his first attack, that person naturally, he would not give Yi Xian a second. In an instant, hundreds of puppets appeared in front of Yi Xian. Without warning. Yi Xian, they surrounded, and attacked. Yi Xian. Damn. Yi Xian was furious. The god-slaying sword in his hand continuously attacked, quickly killing the puppets one by one. What was the use was translation. Under the control of that Annihilation Organization disciple, every time Yi Xian killed a puppet, 2 more would appear. Not only did the number of puppets around him not decrease, but it increased. This could not go on. Yi Xian kept thinking of a countermeasure, but it seemed that no matter what method he used, it would not be easy to break through the puppet territory. It seemed that he had to use all his strength. Yi Xian waved his hand, and the 1,000 Beast sword attendants and Blossom God sword attendants appeared by his side. At the same time, they summoned their divine mounts and Blossom God sword attendants. Kill them. Yi Xian ordered. Very quickly, the divine mounts and Blossom God sword attendants attacked without any regard for the consequences. The battle between the puppets and the divine mounts was on the verge of breaking out. Yi Xian did not hesitate to charge at the Annihilation Organization disciple. Kid, I didn't expect you to have a backup plan. But so what? In front of me, all your tricks are useless. Die obediently. That person was not the least bit intimidated by Yi Xian's charge. Instead, he said disdainfully. In his eyes, Yi Xian's attacks were futile. Because no matter how Yi Xian attacked, he could summon his puppets in an instant to break through. Yi Xian attacked continuously, but each time, his attacks were broken by the puppets summoned by that person. It could be said that as long as there were puppets in the puppet space, he was practically invincible. Of course, that was just practically. 6-syllable mantra, compound. Suddenly, Yi Xian used a mystique that he had not used before. 6-syllable mantra, compound word formula. Ever since Yi Xian had obtained the 6-syllable mantra, he had frequently used the life, death, injury, and incomplete word formula. But this was the first time he had used the compound word formula. The 6-syllable mantra, compound word formula directly copied a target. Its strength was equivalent to Yi Xian's realm. It could be said that this compound word formula had very serious limitations. If Yi Xian faced an opponent with a lower cultivation level, he would not need to use it at all. But against an opponent with a higher cultivation level, even if he summoned it, it would not be very useful. That was why Yi Xian did not use it much. But this did not mean that the compound word formula was useless. In fact, in this battle, for example, using the compound word formula was very suitable. Because the copied mirror image would have a specific mystique. In an instant, following Yi Xian's command, a ray of light formed beside Yi Xian. This ray of light condensed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was the disciple of the Annihilation Organization. That person looked at Yi Xian's actions in shock. At the same time, he looked at the mirror image in shock and could not help but ask, "What mystique is this? How can you copy me?" Yi Xian's lips curled slightly, but he did not care about that person's question. He just looked at that person coldly. "No, it can't be a real copy. It's impossible to have such a mystique. Huh, you just made a puppet that looks like me. Why, do you think that will scare me? Kid, you think too much." That person laughed arrogantly. In his mind, his mystique could not be copied, and Yi Xian's actions were futile. But was that really the case? When that person saw that the mirror image had been copied, he waved his hand and 10 puppets appeared beside the mirror image. It seemed like he wanted to destroy the mirror image directly. But what happened next made him unable to remain calm. That was because the mirror image also waved its hand and summoned 10 puppets to fight against the puppets of the exterminating organization disciple. This is impossible. This is impossible. These puppets were carefully refined by me. These puppets have been imprinted with divine lattice imprints, so they will only listen to me. Impossible, impossible, how can you summon them? That person was terrified, because the mirror image that Yi Xian had summoned was actually able to summon his puppet at will. This was simply unprecedented. Ding! System notification, a special law that can be engulfed has been detected. Puppet law is recommended that the host kill the target and forcibly engulf it. Chapter 23-29. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Although the body of eternity could devour the power of other laws, Yi Xian had only encountered a few enemies with the power of laws. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. However, he had never encountered an enemy that could devour the power of laws. At most, they would drop fragments of laws. Why was he able to devour the power of laws this time? Could it be? Yi Xian looked at the mirror image that he had summoned using the 6 syllables mantra. His heart was filled with doubt. This was because Yi Xian could only think of this mirror image that could devour the power of laws this time. System, what are the conditions for forcibly devouring the power of laws? Ding! System notification, insufficient data. Temporarily unknown. Ding! System notification, known condition for forcibly devouring the power of laws. When the host uses the 6 syllables mantra to create a mirror image that completely replicates the target's power of laws and kills the target, the host can obtain the power of laws by devouring the mirror image. Ding! System notification, the 6 syllables mantra has a chance of summoning a mirror image that completely replicates the target's power of laws. So that's how it is. Yi Xian immediately understood. In other words, the 6 syllables mantra had a chance of summoning a mirror image that had the exact same power as the enemy. If such a mirror image appeared, Yi Xian just had to kill the enemy before the mirror image was destroyed. That meant that the mirror image had inherited the enemy's power of laws. Then, Yi Xian would be able to obtain the enemy's power of laws by devouring the mirror image. This setting perfectly escaped the natural law of conservation, allowing Yi Xian to use the mirror image to achieve his goal of devouring the power of laws. Yi Xian could only say that. Awesome, this was simply too awesome. As long as he found a way to devour the power of laws, then everything would be fine. In an instant, Yi Xian wore a smile on his face, but his eyes were fixed on the Annihilation Organization disciple. This person must be killed. No matter what the puppet law was, as long as it was the power of laws, Yi Xian would not despise it. Kill him. Suddenly, Yi Xian's figure accelerated again. The god-slaying sword in his hand was thrown out, allowing Wei Zhentian to control it as he looked for a suitable opportunity to attack. Spiritual sense control. System, give me the success rate of the treasure exchange. I want to use my spiritual sense to disrupt that guy's attack rhythm. Withered bone sword servants, totem beasts, come out. Even if you are useless now, stop the attacks of those puppets. Flower goddess, use your long-range attacks and cover him from all sides. In an instant, Yi Xian used all the means at his disposal and launched a barrage of attacks. Yi Xian had many special abilities, but due to various restrictions, he could not use all of them at once. However, the strength that Yi Xian had just displayed was more than enough. The withered bone sword attendants and all of the totemic beasts charged forward. Of course, there was also Wei Zhentian's god-slaying sword, as well as the 100-flower goddess. In the blink of an eye, all the attacks arrived at the same time. The disciple of the extermination organization had never expected that he would be instantly killed by someone whose cultivation level was lower than his. Boom! With one punch, Yi Xian used his fist to destroy the person's divine spark. He couldn't be more dead. Forceful devouring. Let me see what use the puppet nomological laws have. After Yi Xian took the person's yin and yang ring, he did not hesitate and immediately activated his forceful devouring. A mysterious force surrounded the mirror image and disintegrated it continuously. After a while, only a speck of light was left. That speck of light rushed into Yi Xian's forehead. In an instant, Yi Xian mastered the puppet nomological laws. The puppet nomological laws could only be considered an unorthodox nomological law. Its purpose was to refine and control puppets. However, once the puppet nomological laws reached a certain level, they would have a similar ability to spiritual sense control. That was to control the target. However, the puppet nomological laws were even more domineering. They could directly erase the target's spiritual sense and control them completely. Of course, to Yi Xian, regardless of whether the puppet nomological laws were good or bad, it was still the first nomological power that he had devoured. Therefore, it was still worth celebrating. Ding! System notification: host has successfully devoured the first nomological power. Special title: Devourer of Laws. Ding! System notification: special title: Devourer of Laws, will increase the success rate of the Devourer of Laws. Ding! System notification: host has successfully devoured the first nomological power. System will randomly give a reward. Ding! Reward drawing in progress. Congratulations to host, you have obtained a special treasure map. Special treasure map: ruins of the ancient 9 Netherworld Emperor's Palace. There were a total of 5 treasure maps. Once all 5 treasure maps are collected, the host will be qualified to enter the ancient 9 Netherworld Emperor's Palace. Ding! The ancient 9 Netherworld Emperor's Palace is extremely dangerous. System recommends host to begin collecting it after reaching the Godly King realm. Ding! Special mission: treasure map of the ancient 9 Netherworld Emperor's Palace. Mission objective: annihilate the Li family. Upon completion of the mission, host will receive a treasure map. Annihilate the Li family. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. This mission was too much. It was the Li family, an ancient family of the Kunlun divine domain. How could it be annihilated just like that? No wonder the system recommended Yi Xian to collect it after reaching the godly king realm. Even if he was at the godly king realm, it would be extremely difficult. But at least Yi Xian now had a target. Out of the 5 treasure maps, the clue to the second one had appeared. Without the obstruction of the disciple from the extermination organization, Yi Xian was basically able to break through this puppet domain without the slightest bit of suspense. After a while, Yi Xian walked out of the puppet territory. However, just as Yi Xian was entangled with the disciples guarding the Annihilation Treasure Pavilion had already gathered. The moment Yi Xian walked out of the puppet territory, he was immediately surrounded and attacked. Kill this man," one of the Annihilation Elders said in a low voice. At this time, there were only 30 Annihilation disciples guarding the Treasure Pavilion. Moreover, other than him, who was a first-grade Divine Lord, the others were only at the True God realm. After all, this was just one of the Annihilation sect's strongholds. Where could they find so many Divine Lords? Yi Xian looked at the charging Annihilation disciples with disdain. He raised his hand lightly and said, "Die." There was no sound, no warning. Those disciples didn't even make the slightest sound before they all fell to the ground, their godheads already shattered. "Who are you? Why did you attack us?" The elder held a treasure in his hand, his eyes filled with anger. "Why should I kill you? This is a joke. Annihilation sect is a group that everyone has the right to kill. Tell me, why should I kill you?" Chapter 23:30. Who are you? How do you know that I'm from Annihilation?" The elder was horrified. In fact, compared to his disciples being killed and his stronghold being besieged, Yi Xian knowing that they were from Annihilation was more frightening. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD Annihilation was a taboo in the realm of the gods after all. Even if any faction was suspected to be from Annihilation, they would be besieged in an instant. Annihilation was a taboo. Who I am is not important. You only need to know that I will be the one to annihilate your annihilation," Yi Xian said calmly. You? You think you can go against Annihilation? Kid, you really dare to say anything. Don't worry, from today onwards, you will be Annihilation's mortal enemy. Suddenly, the elder laughed maniacally. At the same time, waves of black gas were emitted from his body. As soon as the black gas appeared, it immediately disappeared into the void. Not good. Yi Xian was shocked. Although he did not know what method the elder used, he knew that he was sending a message. "Die for me." Yi Xian suddenly slashed down with his sword, directly shattering the elder's godhead. However, the elder did not show any intention of dodging or defending. He was even laughing. "Kid, it's too late. Those who know of Annihilation's existence must die. From today onwards, you will be subjected to Annihilation's wrath. Enjoy it slowly, haha." The elder's voice stopped abruptly. Yi Xian frowned. It seemed that he had made a mistake this time. He did not expect Annihilation's people to have such means. Of course, Yi Xian did not care at all. After all, Annihilation was an existence that he had to annihilate. They were his absolute enemies. What was there to worry about? Wrath? Let's see if they have the ability to do so. Yi Xian did not care about this person. At this time, the treasure hall did not have any defensive power, so Yi Xian did not hesitate to rush in. All the treasures that the Annihilation organization had plundered were stored here. Every 10,000 years, they would use special means to transport a portion of the resources to the headquarters. After all, they had accumulated quite a lot of treasures during this period of time. However, there wasn't much that was useful. Of course, Yi Xian wouldn't mind either. It was unknown if it was because of that person's warning, but in short, Yi Xian didn't receive any resistance as he charged forward. Moreover, even the members of the extermination organization who were engaged in a bloody battle outside quickly retreated. They were planning to completely abandon this base. To be more precise, those who retreated were the real members of Annihilation, while the peripheral members were left behind to be buried with the base. The people of the Blood Cloud clan finally got their wish as they successfully entered the secret realm. However, what shocked them was that the mystic realm that they had finally broken through after risking their lives was not an ancient mystic realm at all. Let alone an ancient mystic realm, there weren't many treasures in it. What Yi Xian had left for them was only the demon god's palace. Even the people in the blood sacrifice hall had been rescued by Yi Xian. The Blood Cloud clan had suffered heavy losses this time, but had gained nothing. How could they not be angry? It was a pity that they would never know what exactly had happened. At this time, Yi Xian was leading these people in the direction of Linfeng City. Linfeng City was in ruins because of the Annihilation organization. Although Mi Yu had paid a little attention to this place because of Yi Xian, one could only rely on oneself to nurture talents. At this time, seeing Yi Xian bringing back all the people who had been abducted, the entire Linfeng City was in an uproar. It must be known that this time, Yi Xian had rescued no less than 1 million people. Who knew what kind of blood sacrifice the Annihilation organization had for them to capture so many people? There were high and low cultivation bases among these people, but the highest was only at the lower true god stage. Those with higher cultivation bases had already been turned into puppets by the Annihilation organization or dealt with in other ways. Of course, many totemic divine beasts had also been brought back. Totemic beasts were not of much use to the current Yi Xian. After all, he rarely used them. Therefore, it was better to leave them to the Linfeng City to be tamed. When needed, Yi Xian could come and retrieve them. In the entire Linfeng City, the highest cultivation base was now only that fellow at the 6th grade true god stage. It was rather pitiful. At this time, the Linfeng City had long since submitted to Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian naturally could not leave them alone. He left a large amount of ordinary resources that were useless to him to the Linfeng City, and then stayed for a few more days before leaving. At this time, in Yi Xian's heart, the Linfeng City was perhaps just a place where he could gain faith points. Of course, Yi Xian was not too concerned about what would happen in the future. The matter of the Linfeng City was resolved perfectly, which was good news for Yi Xian. Unfortunately, he did not even have time to rest for a few days before Mi Yu and Kuan Buyu came looking for him. "Why are you two here? What's the matter?" "I say, Yi Xian, I can't see you all day long. I don't know what you're busy with, but I'm afraid you're in trouble this time," Kuan Buyu said very casually to Yi Xian. "Trouble? What trouble?" Yi Xian was stunned. "It's the Li family. Although my sister has already warned them, the Li family is still very powerful. Even my sister can't do anything about it. They may be wary of your strength, but they won't let you go. I'm afraid you won't be able to be so carefree for a while." "Your Highness, you mean the Li family is looking for trouble with me?" "Yes, but it won't be the Li family directly. It will be their subordinate forces. Naturally, there are many Li family members in the Kunlun realm. I've received news that they are preparing to make a move on you. Soon, someone will challenge you. They want to use the challenge to kill you." Yi Xian smiled. Although he did not know who came up with this brainless idea, Yi Xian could only say that only a pig could think of such a method. "Okay, I understand. That's it?" Kuan Buyu stood up and looked at Yi Xian in surprise. "What else can I do? Can I not let those people not challenge me? The Kunlun list and Kun list challenges are public challenges in the Kunlun realm. Can I refuse? Why can't you refuse? This time, the Li family is making a move. I'm afraid the judges have already been bribed. If you accept the challenge, I'm afraid you won't even know how you died." Kuan Buyu seemed a little agitated. It was unknown whether she was worried for Yi Xian or angry at the Li family's actions. But no matter what, Kuan Buyu had good intentions. Yi Xian smiled and said to Kuan Buyu, "The Li family wants to scheme against me?" Then why should I scheme against them? Starting tomorrow, I will challenge the Kun list again. Chapter 23:31. However, Yi Xian's plan was feasible. The Kunlun realm was not the Li family's Kunlun realm. Even if he could bribe one or two elders, could he bribe all of the Kunlun realm's elders? If Yi Xian took the initiative to challenge them, all of the Li family's arrangements would be ruined. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. Of course, the prerequisite was that Yi Xian had the strength to challenge them. Did you have a breakthrough? Kuan Buyu asked Yi Xian. Yes, I just broke through to second-rank Divine Lord. Yi Xian nodded. Kuan Buyu blinked. He suddenly realized that asking Yi Xian about his cultivation level was just asking for humiliation. This guy's cultivation speed was unimaginably fast. After Kuan Buyu and Miyu left, Yi Xian went to sign up. The Li family may be arrogant now, but one day, Yi Xian will uproot them. Yi Xian was going to challenge them again. The news spread like wildfire. No one dared to underestimate Yi Xian now. Many people still remembered how Yi Xian defeated several opponents in a row last time. Who would have thought that not long after, Yi Xian would actually start another challenge? He wondered who was the unlucky one this time. However, when the final news was announced, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. This was because this time, Yi Xian had actually jumped 1,000 ranks and directly challenged Li Mo. Li Mo was the 13th young master of the Li family. Whether it was his status or cultivation, he was definitely not to be underestimated. The only reason he had been hovering around the top 9,000 was that he was going to challenge the first place on the Luan rankings. Although no one knew if he was that strong, one thing was for sure, this guy was hiding his strength. At the very least, he would have no problem entering the top 100 of the Luan rankings. What right did Yi Xian have? He was just a newcomer. How long had he been in the Kunlun realm? How could he challenge Li Mo in one go? It had been many years since someone had challenged Li Mo. Was it 100 years? Or 1,000 years? No one knew what Li Mo's current cultivation was, or how strong he was. However, someone wanted to challenge Li Mo today. If it was any other ordinary person, it wouldn't matter. But the key was that the person who challenged Li Mo this time wasn't ordinary. He was Yi Xian. He was Yi Xian, who was in the limelight among the Kunlun newcomers. There were even some people who came to the spectator seats 2 days before the start of the competition because they were afraid that there would be no seats left if they were late. On the day of the competition, a total of 150,000 people were squeezed into the spectator seats that could only hold 100,000 people. This time, no one dared to place a bet because no one could guarantee anything for Yi Xian. Yi Xian was someone who could create miracles. On this day, countless people gathered around the arena space. Everyone was guessing who would win this battle. Li Mo arrived at the arena early in the morning. How could he not know about the enmity between the Li family and Yi Xian? In fact, Li Mo not only knew the young master of the Li family that Yi Xian had killed, but he also had a good relationship with him. Therefore, this time, Li Mo had already made up his mind to teach Yi Xian an unforgettable lesson. However, while Li Mo arrived early, Yi Xian didn't come at all. As the start of the competition approached, some people began to suspect that Yi Xian was too timid to come. Speaking of which, although Yi Xian is considered powerful, he is still a newcomer. The last time he challenged the Luan role, he was only at the True God realm. Young Master Li Mo is a Divine Lord realm expert. Could it be that Yi Xian doesn't dare to come? It shouldn't be possible. The last time Yi Xian challenged, he defeated several challengers in a row. He doesn't seem like a timid person. That day, his words about who else is still fresh in many people's minds. Not necessarily. Perhaps Yi Xian knows that his opponent this time is at the Divine Lord realm, so he's afraid. There was a flurry of discussion. There were countless guesses as to why Yi Xian had not arrived. But in fact, Yi Xian was just too lazy to waste time before the competition began. Look, he's here. In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on one person. Who else could this person be but Yi Xian? They saw Yi Xian stroll into the arena space. He actually did not put his opponent in his eyes at all. That's not right. Look at his cultivation. He has already broken through to the Divine Lord realm. How is this possible? How long has it been? He grasped the power of laws? How is this possible? However, a Divine Lord realm was a Divine Lord realm. This could not be faked. The moment Yi Xian walked in, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. With his Divine Lord realm cultivation, he shocked the entire audience. Perhaps the Divine Lord realm was nothing. In the Kunlun realm, there were many people whose cultivation surpassed or was equal to the Divine Lord realm. However, the key was Yi Xian's cultivation speed. How long had it been? He actually advanced to the Divine Lord realm. It can't be, right? This Yi Xian actually advanced to the Divine Lord realm. One has to know that the Divine Lord realm is a major barrier. Who knows how many people are stuck at the peak of the true God realm, unable to advance at all. Furthermore, the Divine Lord realm requires one to grasp the power of laws. Combat strength is increased several times. Yeah, the power of laws. He actually grasped the power of laws. How is this possible? There are only 6 places in the Kunlun realm to comprehend laws. Each law's power, unless one obtains a special lucky chance or an elder's inheritance, otherwise, wanting to obtain the power of laws is incomparably difficult. Why can Yi Xian obtain it? The people discussed animatedly. Many people found it hard to accept that Yi Xian advanced to the Divine Lord realm so quickly. To them, this was simply unbelievable. The Divine Lord realm was also known as the Master Divine Lord realm. This meant that Yi Xian was already a master god. However, this was the truth. Yi Xian walked forward step by step, leaving behind countless discussions behind him. Finally, Yi Xian stood in the arena space. Kid, you're Yi Xian? Liu Mo looked at Yi Xian indifferently. Although he was surprised by Yi Xian's advancement speed, he would not be intimidated by this. After all, he was an experienced Divine Lord realm cultivator, while Yi Xian had just advanced. He did not believe that Yi Xian's grasp of laws could compare to his. Yi Xian looked at Liu Mo and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up. You're the Li clan's dog. Boom. In an instant, everyone was shocked. The entire arena was silent. Yi Xian actually insulted a member of the Li clan. Was he openly declaring war on the Li clan? Perhaps the average person did not know about the Divine Lord Palace, but how could the people of the large factions not know about the Divine Lord Palace? They all knew that Yi Xian had killed a young master of the Li clan and even made the Li clan pay a huge price. The Li clan would never let Yi Xian go. Logically speaking, Yi Xian should have avoided the Li clan. No one expected that he would openly insult a young master of the Li clan in the arena space. Chapter 2332. Many people wanted to ask what Yi Xian was trying to do. In fact, Yi Xian was already being targeted by annihilation. It would be unwise for him to offend the Li family. However, Yi Xian was Yi Xian. He knew very well what he wanted and why he was doing this. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. He wasn't being impulsive. Since Yi Xian knew that some things couldn't be avoided, why should he avoid them? Whatever the Li family wanted to do, Yi Xian would take them on. Li Mo's expression twisted when he heard Yi Xian's words. Yi Xian was too arrogant. He didn't care about the Li family at all. Brat, you're very good. Today, I'll teach you how to behave properly. Liu Mo looked at Yi Xian and squeezed these words out of his teeth. Deicide /. However, no one expected Yi Xian's reply to be a storm-like attack. Boom. Although Liu Mo had already put up a defense, he was still sent flying by the unexpected attack. How dare you ambush me? Liu Mo stared at Yi Xian. He never expected Yi Xian to ambush him. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had no intention of paying attention to him. After knocking Liu Mo back, Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the 1,000-beast sword servants and petal god sword servants. Wei Zhentian also controlled the god-slaying sword to charge forward. As for Yi Xian himself, he summoned countless resources and began to refine restrictions and formations on the spot. Damn it! Li Mo naturally knew that Yi Xian was a restriction grandmaster and a divine talisman grandmaster. However, that was only a rumor. Li Mo hadn't seen it with his own eyes, so he didn't take it seriously. Moreover, Yi Xian had suddenly challenged him, so he didn't have time to prepare. Therefore, when Li Mo saw that Yi Xian was actually refining a restriction on the spot, his eyes were filled with panic. No, I can't let him refine a powerful restriction. Humph, you've only just started refining, but I've already prepared a restriction. Li Mo suddenly waved his hand and a ray of light appeared. Then a giant appeared. This was one of the many treasures that the Li family had given Li Mo, the giant restriction. Yes, it was a restriction, not a divine talisman. The principle of the giant restriction was to use the restriction's power to condense a phantom of a giant, and then use the restriction to continuously absorb the surrounding god power, continuously supplying god power to the giant, giving the giant an indestructible strength. Yi Xian, of course, saw this scene. Giant restriction? Then, I'll play with you with the giant divine talisman. Yes, Yi Xian had chosen the divine talisman. Restrictions could create a giant mirror image, but so could the divine talisman. Yi Xian waved his hand casually, and the half-refined restriction was quickly dispelled by him. One had to know that refining a restriction was a delicate job, and refining one was already very difficult. Furthermore, to break down a half-refined restriction into a material was unheard of. What's going on? How did Yi Xian do it? How can he turn a half-refined restriction into a material? No, this is impossible. No one can do it. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. A fellow who was also a restriction master looked at Yi Xian's actions in shock as he continuously muttered to himself. Beside him, his good friend, who was also a restriction master, was also incomparably shocked. Could it be that Yi Xian has mastered a restriction technique from ancient times? According to legend, the restrictions of the ancient times could be refined according to one's will. The same restriction could even produce several different effects. However, wasn't it said that this technique had been lost in the inheritance? The experts saw the technique, while the laymen saw the excitement. Those who knew restrictions were shocked, but those who didn't started to mock Yi Xian. Look, that guy is so scared that he doesn't dare to continue refining. I think this Yi Xian is just an undeserved reputation. He just didn't meet a worthy opponent before. Now that he has met young Master Li, he knows what's good for him. That's right, that's right. With his ability, he actually wants to challenge young Master Li. He's simply courting death. Of course, these people's ignorance only made those who knew the ropes look down on them. Yi Xian removed the restriction and used the resources to refine the divine talisman with a wave of his hand. This scene was simply like a miracle. At the very least, in the eyes of the restriction masters and divine talisman masters, this was a miracle. One by one, the materials disappeared into Yi Xian's hands. After a while, a divine talisman was refined. Yi Xian casually threw a giant out, and it directly fought with Li Mo's giant. You also have a giant restriction. Kid, it seems that I underestimated you. Then, this time, how are you going to defend yourself? Yi Xian, you should feel lucky. This magic treasure was given to me by my family's elders. Originally, I was going to use it when I challenged the first place on the Luan list. I didn't expect that you would let me use it early today. Enjoy it. A strange statue appeared in Li Mo's hand. Li Mo casually threw it, and the statue rushed toward Yi Xian. Moreover, it grew bigger and bigger. Heavens, it's the Li family's 9 Dragons Pagoda. Li Mo actually has such a precious treasure. 9 Dragons Pagoda. What is that? It is said that the Li family has countless treasures, but not many are famous. This 9 Dragons Pagoda is a famous treasure. There is more than one 9 Dragons Pagoda. The Li family used a special method to forge it, but even so, it is very rare. This magic treasure is extremely powerful. What's so special about him? The man asked his companion in confusion. Special? The Nine Dragons Pagoda is more than special. Forging the Nine Dragons Pagoda requires 9 experts who are at least king gods and above to use the power of the laws. Then, through some mysterious method, the power of the laws is sealed in the Nine Dragons Pagoda. Once activated, the Nine Dragons Pagoda will directly suppress the target under the pagoda and use the power of the 9 laws to trap them to death. Moreover, that's not all. You should know that in the Nine Dragons Pagoda, there are countless divine beasts guarding it. This magic treasure is a mystic realm level magic treasure because it is an independent mystic realm. A mystic realm level magic treasure. Countless people gasped. This kind of magic treasure was something that only existed in legends. In everyone's mind, a mystic realm was fixed in one place, like an immovable mountain. However, a mystic realm magic treasure was different. This was a mobile mystic realm. This kind of thing only existed in legends. Who would have thought that the Li family's Nine Dragons Pagoda was a mystic realm magic treasure? Of course, the Nine Dragons Pagoda is not a complete mystic realm magic treasure. It can only be considered a semi-mystic realm magic treasure because it is not a true mystic realm, but a special space created by the power of the laws. Chapter 23:33. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief after that person finished speaking. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD. After all, how could a treasure from a secret realm appear so easily? Yi Xian didn't know about this. Of course, even if Yi Xian knew, he probably wouldn't care. At this time, Yi Xian was looking at the Nine Dragons Pagoda and was slightly surprised because the system actually gave him a notification. Ding! System notification: host can forcibly devour an item. By devouring this item, host can obtain a law fragment. Yi Xian was obviously surprised because Li Mo actually gave him something. What was this? Forcibly devour. Yi Xian raised his hand and a powerful suction force appeared. The Nine Dragons Pagoda, which was constantly expanding, suddenly shrank and was devoured by Yi Xian. Silence. Everyone was silent. Even Li Mo was dumbfounded as he looked at Yi Xian. He kept the Nine Dragons Pagoda? The crowd didn't know that Yi Xian had devoured the Nine Dragons Pagoda, so they thought that Yi Xian had directly kept the Nine Dragons Pagoda. How is this possible? Although the Nine Dragons Pagoda is an ownerless item because it needs to be refined with everyone's strength, it contains the power of 9 different laws. Unless there is a special method to control it, no one can take it away unless they have the power of all 9 laws. You're saying that Yi Xian has the power of 9 laws? Impossible, I don't believe it. Even the number 1 genius on the Kunlun realm's Kunlun list only has 8 laws. How can Yi Xian have 9? Yes, it must be a coincidence. Maybe Yi Xian has a special item that can suppress the Nine Dragons Pagoda. A newbie with 9 laws, I don't believe it. Yi Xian didn't care if they believed it or not, he was still immersed in the system's notification. Ding! System notification: host has devoured the Nine Dragons Pagoda. Obtained Law of Time Fragment, Law of Puppetry Fragment, Law of Prosperity Fragment. Yi Xian had obtained 9 fragments in one go. Although Yi Xian didn't know what use some of the fragments had, for example, the Law of Prosperity. Yi Xian didn't understand what that law was. You, give me back my Nine Dragons Pagoda. The Nine Dragons Pagoda was a great treasure of the Li family, and it was absolutely not allowed to be leaked. Now, Yi Xian had actually slimmed down Li Mo's 9 dragons. How could he not be terrified? But Yi Xian didn't, he didn't want Yi Xian. Damn it, Yi Xian, I'm going to kill you. You forced me to do this. Today, I will let you know what fear is. Secret technique, divine ability, heavenly seal. Secret. The spectators didn't know how to react. They didn't expect the young master of the Li family to have a secret technique. Secret techniques were much stronger than ordinary mystiques. They were even more powerful than law mystiques. Not only were secret techniques rare, they could produce unimaginable results according to their nature. In an instant, a light screen appeared with the young master of the Li family at the center. The heavenly seal. It was a mystique that isolated all divine power. One had to know that the most basic requirement to use all treasures and mystiques was divine power. Once all divine power was isolated, it meant that the person inside couldn't use any mystique at all. Terrifying. They hadn't thought that Li Mo would have such a divine ability. At that moment, even the judge could only watch. Moreover, no matter who it was, as long as they entered that place, their godly strength would be cut off. Even the strongest cultivators could only rely on their own bodies to study. Yi Xian slightly frowned, because at this moment, he also felt that his divine power had been directly blocked. The 1,000 beasts sword servants, divine mounts, and so on disappeared. Fortunately, Wei Zhentian was still there, but he didn't dare to control the god-slaying sword to attack. He returned to Yi Xian's hand. The two giants who were fighting immediately disappeared as well, because they were also relying on their divine power to fight. Damn you, I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Chapter 23:34. However, the crux of the matter was that there was no way to convict Yi Xian. This was because in the arena, one was only required not to kill, but not to cripple one's cultivation. Under normal circumstances, unless one used a special ability, it would be impossible for one to cripple one's cultivation after losing a battle to be so simple. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. If Li Mo had not opened the heavenly seal and isolated his divine power, Yi Xian would not have been able to cripple him so easily. It could be said that he had brought this upon himself. He would not even be pitied by others. Yi Xian had actually taken the initiative to cripple a young master of the Li clan. At this time, it was impossible for the Li clan not to be angry. They were still planning how to kill Yi Xian, but Yi Xian had made the first move. Of course, they did not believe that Yi Xian could continue to hide. As long as he stopped the challenges, they could use the tactic of taking turns to wear Yi Xian down. At the very least, they could prevent him from cultivating. However, the Li clan's plan failed in the end. What they did not expect was that Yi Xian issued a new challenge the next day. This time, it was a core disciple of the Li clan on the Luan roll. It could be said that Yi Xian could easily defeat Li Mo, so there was no doubt that he could defeat this person. Challenging this person was simply a waste of time. If it were anyone else, they would probably choose the most suitable opponent based on their own strength. This was the basic rule of the arena challenge. However, Yi Xian did not do this. He challenged people one by one. As long as they were related to the Li clan, he would challenge them one by one. Moreover, he would not show mercy. Even if he did not kill his opponent, he would definitely severely injure his opponent. In just a few months, Yi Xian had severely injured more than 30 core disciples of the Li clan's affiliated families. Who could not see such an obvious provocation? It could be said that Yi Xian and the Li clan had reached an irreconcilable point. On this day, Yi Xian issued another challenge. This time, he challenged the person ranked 29th on the Luan roll. Without a doubt, this person was also a disciple of the Li clan's affiliated faction. Moreover, this person knew that he had no chance of defeating Yi Xian. He had two choices in front of him. Either he would be severely injured by Yi Xian, or he would voluntarily surrender. However, taking the initiative to admit defeat was a very despicable act in the Kunlun realm. Once you did so, not to mention other things, you would be looked down upon in the future. More importantly, you would forever lose the right to challenge the Kun list and Luan list. Yi Xian was forcing that person to make a difficult choice. Big brother, we can't allow Yi Xian to continue being so arrogant. Give the order, we'll just kill that brat. Was the 7th young Yi Xian was the Li clan's 7th young master of the Luan clan. He was ranked 172nd on the Luan roll. His strength was unfathomable. He was also the one in charge of the operation against Yi Xian. Attack? How? This brat has been hiding in the Kunlun realm. Do you think we can kill him in the Kunlun realm? Big brother, who said that this brat won't go out? I heard that he has a maid outside. Although she is a maid in name, I don't think she is that simple. This maid has 10 divine talisman masters by her side. 10 divine talisman masters and a girl that the brat cares about. Don't tell me that we can't lure him out. You mean we should use those people as bait? No, I know those people. They are from the divine talisman race. The divine talisman race has always been protective. If we do that, we will offend the entire divine talisman race. We can't do that. Who said that we have to attack those divine talisman masters? We just need to send a message and then set up a trap. I don't believe that Yi Xian won't take the bait. Is that so? Okay, then go and arrange it. Yi Xian still didn't know that a conspiracy was being planned against him. He had to admit that these people had guessed correctly. They knew that Yi Xian was very protective of his own people. However, they were also courting death. On this day, after Yi Xian defeated his opponent, he was preparing to choose his next opponent. However, a voice transmission talisman arrived in front of Yi Xian. It could be said that almost no one would use a voice transmission talisman to contact Yi Xian. Therefore, Yi Xian was quite surprised. However, when Yi Xian opened the voice transmission talisman, he was immediately furious. Because the content of the voice transmission talisman said that Fian and the rest were now under control. If Yi Xian didn't want them to die, then he should go to the desolate mountain immediately. The desolate mountain was a very dangerous place because it was full of all kinds of evil divine beasts. Moreover, there were all kinds of dangers. There were no treasures or resources that were worth paying attention to in there. Therefore, very few people would go there. After Yi Xian received the news, he did not stop for a moment and directly rushed towards the desolate mountain. At this time, outside the desolate mountain, more than a dozen powerhouses were lying in ambush. However, of course, there were no people from the family. However, the strength of these people was incomparably powerful. The weakest one had actually reached the Divine Lord Realm. There was even a high-level Divine Lord Realm super powerhouse. This was clearly the rhythm of wanting to kill Yi Xian. However, even if Yi Xian knew that it was a trap, it was impossible not to go over. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the desolate mountain. You are Yi Xian? A 4th grade mid-level Divine Lord Realm guy looked at Yi Xian askance, his eyes full of disdain. Of course, he had the qualifications because he was a mid-level Divine Lord Realm. Facing Yi Xian, he had the strength to crush him. Yes, I am Yi Xian. Where are Fian and the rest? Yi Xian looked at that person and was not afraid because of his cultivation in the slightest. Brat, looks like that lass is quite important to you. Don't worry, they're fine because we didn't capture them at all. Wanting to kill you, we don't need to use any methods at all. Hearing that Fian and the rest were fine, Yi Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Since Yi Xian and the rest were fine, Yi Xian naturally would not stay. After all, the opponent's strength was too strong. It was not what Yi Xian could contend with at all. System, activate the wings of the god's teleportation ability. Let's leave this place. Ding, system notification. Host, please take note. This place has a special restriction. Host cannot use any form of teleportation here. What? Yi Xian was alarmed. He actually could not teleport away? Looks like it was troublesome again this time. Sure enough, at this time, he heard that mid-level Divine Lord Realm guy say, "Brat, we're just following orders. You can go on your way in peace. Kill for me, kill him." In an instant, 2 low-level Divine Lord Realm guys rushed toward Yi Xian. Chapter 23:35. How could Yi Xian not understand this logic? At this moment, those people had actually underestimated Yi Xian and had only sent 2 people. This was undoubtedly Yi Xian's only chance. It could even be said that this was his only chance. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD 1000 Beasts Sword Attendant, Flower God Sword Attendant, attack. Yi Xian casually summoned his 1,000 beasts sword attendant and sword incarnation sword attendant and pounced towards the enemy. However, Yi Xian himself turned around and fled. Block, catch him. Don't let him escape. Yi Xian actually fled as soon as he said so. For a moment, those people had no time to react and could only chase after him. Yi Xian didn't care so much at this moment. He immediately activated his full speed and fled continuously. Although Yi Xian's speed was still very fast, the enemy's cultivation base was still higher than Yi Xian's. Therefore, at this moment, Yi Xian was unable to truly escape the pursuit of these people. What do I do? Yi Xian was greatly alarmed. Once these people didn't catch up, the outcome was obvious. Yi Xian quickly thought of a solution in his mind. However, he could only reject them one by one. As the chase continued, an extremely fast person was getting closer and closer to Yi Xian. The situation was naturally very dangerous. Once Yi Xian was stopped by this person, he would face the encirclement of more than 10 super experts. When that time came, he wouldn't have a chance to escape. What do I do? What can I do to escape this predicament? Yi Xian thought to himself as he fled. Suddenly, he thought of the Over-God battlefield. Because Yi Xian was going to participate in the challenge of the Over-God battlefield, Mi Yan had given Yi Xian a teleportation talisman. The teleportation talisman would send him to the Over-God battlefield. In other words, Yi Xian had to go to the Over-God battlefield to have a chance of escaping this calamity. However, the dangers in the battlefield of the Over-Gods could be said to be extremely terrifying. Even though the battlefield of the Over-Gods had not opened, it was still extremely dangerous. It could be said that this was a place with only a slim chance of survival. Furthermore, with Yi Xian's current strength, if he was unlucky, he would definitely die. What to do? Yi Xian's mind raced. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host has suffered a fatal attack. The host has suffered a fatal attack. Ding! The system automatically took over the defense. The threat has been removed. Ding! Warning! Warning! The host has suffered another fatal attack. Boom! The system had blocked the first attack for Yi Xian, but it was unable to block the second attack in time. In an instant, Yi Xian was sent flying by an extremely powerful force. Along the way, Yi Xian directly smashed through more than a dozen mountains in succession before finally coming to a stop. But the enemy also finally appeared. It was that high-grade Divine Lord fellow, and he actually personally took action. Brat, you shouldn't have offended someone you can't afford to offend. Then, die. Suddenly, that person launched another attack. Yi Xian was very clear that if he was hit, he would definitely die. It seemed that he could only enter the Chief God battlefield. System, use the Chief God battlefield teleportation talisman. Ding! Teleportation activated. Teleportation successful. In an instant, Yi Xian disappeared. After Yi Xian used the teleportation talisman, he immediately fell into a coma. It was unknown how long it took for him to wake up. When Yi Xian woke up, he found himself in an incomparably miserable state. A high-grade Divine Lord. Even without the title of a high-grade Divine Lord, it was more than enough to kill a low-grade Divine Lord like Yi Xian. Now, Yi Xian was able to escape with his life, which was already pretty good. Damn Li Li! Yi Xian cursed. Even if he didn't say it, he knew who attacked him. System, use instant recovery. Yi Xian directly ordered. Instant recovery could allow Yi Xian to recover from all his injuries in an instant. However, the cooldown time was very long. Ding! Host's injuries are healed. Ding! Instant recovery's cooldown time is 76 years. Indeed, this cooldown time was really long. However, this also showed how serious Yi Xian's injuries were this time. After his injuries were healed, Yi Xian could then observe his surroundings. It had to be said that Yi Xian's luck was really good this time. Before the Chief God battlefield opened, one would be randomly teleported in after using a teleportation talisman. However, this time, Yi Xian was actually only teleported to the border area. How could this not be considered lucky? Of course, Yi Xian's most important task now was to find the exit to the Kunlun realm. After all, this was the chief god battlefield. If Yi Xian couldn't find the right exit, he would probably be killed the moment he stepped out. The chief god battlefield was huge. Perhaps some people would think that since this was a battlefield, there naturally wouldn't be any divine beasts or the like. However, this was an extremely wrong idea. In fact, divine beasts would appear in any chief god battlefield. Generally speaking, people were used to calling them divine beasts of war. These divine beasts of war were different from the divine beasts of war that participated in battles. These divine beasts of war were special existences that fed on the corpses of the gods who died in battle. There were many types of divine beasts of war. Among them, the most common were the spiritual bodies formed by the souls of the powerhouses who died in battle. These spiritual bodies usually retained some battle instincts. However, they didn't have spiritual intelligence. They only had the brutal concept of slaughter in their hearts. Another type of divine beast of war was also a type of spiritual body. However, it was nurtured from the corpses of the gods who died in battle. This type of divine beast had a certain level of intelligence. At the same time, it was also extremely powerful. Of course, there were also some special people in the chief god battlefield. For example, adventurers who came to the chief god battlefield to seek opportunities. Or it could be said that they cultivated some strange magical powers and were special sects that couldn't be recognized by the outside world. In short, before the chief god battlefield opened, it was also an independent existence. In fact, it was even more dangerous and terrifying. Yi Xian had come to the chief god battlefield once before. However, that time, it was many times safer. Moreover, the chief god battlefield that he entered in the 100 territories of Mo couldn't be compared to the chief god battlefield in the Kunlun divine territory. They were two completely different levels of existence. Yi Xian advanced cautiously. In order to avoid being hunted down by the Li family, he fled here. However, this place was even more terrifying than the Li family's pursuit. Stop right there. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside Yi Xian. Yes, beside him. Yi Xian's spiritual awareness was already quite good. He also had the help of the system. However, he didn't expect that someone would come so close to him without him noticing. Yi Xian stopped and turned around. Behind him were 3 men and 2 women. The treasures and clothes on these people were very messy. However, their levels were quite good. Clearly, they were picked up from the chief god battlefield. Ding. System notification. Target specified, lowest is mid-level warrior level true god. Highest is upper-level king level true god. There were 5 of them, and all of them had titles. Yi Xian was slightly shocked in his heart. Even though these 5 people were all at the true god realm and Yi Xian was at least at the divine lord realm, Yi Xian was asking for guidance. If it was really big, he probably wouldn't be able to gain the slightest advantage. Chapter 2336. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Bone Village? What is this place? I came from the outside. I wanted to find some treasures here. Yi Xian guessed that these people might be the ones who came here to find treasures, so he answered. 1357924. 6810 GGGGGD, someone from the outside? An adventurer? Humph, you're trying to trick us. A young girl stepped forward and asked Yi Xian. Even the magic treasure in her hand began to glow. No, I'm not lying to you. I really came from the outside. Humph, you're still trying to trick us. This is the 5th zone. Adventurers like you are only active in the 1st and 2nd zones. You rarely go to the 3rd zone, let alone the 5th zone. Tell us, who are you? Yi Xian did not know anything about the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd zones. I'll say it again. I came from the outside. I came to the battlefield of the overgods to find treasures here. But when I was teleported in, I came here directly. Teleported in? Directly to the 5th zone? Brother, what do you think we should do? Let's wait for the elders to decide. An older villager said. Then Yi Xian was led forward by them. However, the further Yi Xian went, the more shocked he became. This was because what Yi Xian saw here were all titles with front crowns. Even a mere child at the deity realm actually had front crowns. Most of these people were at least in the general realm. Who were these people? Yi Xian had countless doubts in his heart. Very quickly, Yi Xian was brought to a simple village. Yes, it was a village. However, everything that was used to build this village was actually a magic treasure. Even the stone tablet erected at the entrance of the village was a rare magic treasure, just like the Buzhou mountain seal that Yi Xian used before. However, the majority of the magical treasures here were broken. Very quickly, Yi Xian was brought to a sword house that was completely built from broken swords. A few elders were gathered there. Elder, we found this suspicious person at the entrance of the village. He said he came from the outside. We couldn't confirm it, so we had to bring him here. At this time, Yi Xian was looking at the elders. However, the more he looked, the more shocked he became. One of the elders actually had an emperor-level title. Young man, what's your name? An elder asked Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not dare to hesitate and answered immediately, I'm Yi Xian. Oh, Yi Xian, you said that you came from the outside. So, how did you, as an explorer as you, enter the 5th zone? Even if your Lord God Master came himself, he wouldn't be able to translation even if your Lord God Realm Lord God even Master God, Lord God even God Lord God translation, ye Lord God translation God translation how translation what arrogance. Even if the Divine Master came, he would not be able to find them. Yi Xian was slightly shocked, but he did not dare to hide anything. He told them about how he had been hunted down and how he had used a teleportation talisman to come here in a moment of desperation. So that's how it is. Indeed, in the past few days, the laws of the 5th region have been loosening. If you used a random teleportation talisman, you might have been able to appear in the 5th region. Fine, since you've come, it can be considered your fate. You can stay here. Elder, I'm afraid that's not appropriate. May I ask if you know where the teleportation array is? It's better for me to leave. Yi Xian naturally did not want to stay here. After all, there were many things waiting for him outside. Huh, young man, you want to leave this place? Do you know where this is? Elder, didn't you say that this is the 5th zone? Naturally, this is also the battlefield of the sovereigns. Huh, yes, this is still the battlefield of the sovereigns. However, what do you think the 5th zone is? Do you think this is a part of the sovereign space? The elder actually laughed loudly, causing Yi Xian to be puzzled. Is that not the case? Yi Xian asked, puzzled. Of course not. Alright, I'll let you see what the 5th zone is. The elder waved his hand, and the ground beneath Yi Xian's feet suddenly disappeared. What appeared was a screen of light. Through the screen of light, Yi Xian could see everything clearly. This was actually the sky above the battlefield of the sovereigns. No, this was not the sky. Although Yi Xian could not explain it clearly, this was definitely not the sky above the battlefield of the sovereigns. However, the elder quickly answered Yi Xian's doubts. See? That is the battlefield of the sovereigns you speak of. The 5th zone does not exist. Does not exist. What did he mean? The battlefield of the sovereigns naturally did not exist in ancient times. It was because of the Great War of the Gods in ancient times that the current world was formed. However, during the Great War of the Gods, a portion of the super experts also created secret realms of nothingness. These secret realms have no physical form, so there is no way to enter and naturally no way to leave. These secret realms are the secret realms of nothingness. The secret realms of nothingness do exist, but they also do not exist. This is a place that is blessed by the laws. It is formed by the laws. You want to leave? Huh, do you think that is possible? Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. He asked anxiously, but I've already entered. Why can't I leave? Yi Xian had never heard of the secret realms of nothingness. Although he believed that these people would not lie to him, Yi Xian could not be trapped here forever. I've already said that you entered purely by chance. It is because the laws have loosened. However, the loosening of the laws rarely happens even once in millions of years. Moreover, every time it happens, the length of time is uncertain. We also do not know where it will appear. So, how are you going to leave? Is there really no other way? Yi Xian was extremely unwilling. He did not want to be trapped here forever, trapped in this so-called secret realms of nothingness. Of course, it is not that there is no other way. When your front title reaches the emperor level and you master more than 6 types of laws, you will receive the title of envoy of nothingness. At that time, you will naturally be able to leave. The emperor level front title. 6 types of laws. Perhaps 6 types of laws were nothing to Yi Xian, but it was extremely difficult to obtain the emperor level front title. But at the very least, this was an opportunity. Yi Xian frowned. This time, he was really in big trouble. System, do you have any way to get out? Ding. System notification, the host is trapped in a special space. The system is unable to help. Alright, the system was unable to do anything. Could it be that Yi Xian could only be trapped here? Ding. System notification, the flow of time here is 1001. In other words, if the host stays here for 1000 years, only 1 year will pass in the outside world. The flow of time was different, but it was of no use to Yi Xian. Even if Yi Xian spent a few thousand years, he was not confident that he could obtain the emperor-level front title. Chapter 2337. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. For a long time, Yi Xian pondered over this problem. However, no matter how hard he tried, it was all in vain. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. It seemed that there was no other way to get out of this place other than obtaining the title of Envoy of the Void. As Yi Xian's understanding of this place deepened, he also knew that the people here were all remnants of the ancient times. It could be said that this place was an ancient mystic realm. However, it was a very small and special ancient mystic realm. Since there was no other way to get out of this place, Yi Xian could only try his best to become the Envoy of the Void. Unknowingly, Yi Xian had already stayed in this place for 1,000 years. During this period of time, he constantly comprehended the power of the laws. This place was blessed by the laws. Sometimes, the power of the laws could even be touched by a stretch of his hand. However, the power of the laws here was complete, so Yi Xian could not obtain the power of the laws through devouring. 1,000 years, an entire 1,000 years, Yi Xian had finally successfully grasped the power of 4 laws. The first law was the divine talisman law that Yi Xian mastered under the guidance of an elder. This law seemed useless, but a divine talisman master who mastered the divine talisman law could create his own divine talismans and not just rely on the divine talismans left behind by his predecessors. The second law was the law of nothingness, which was also obtained under the guidance of that elder. The law of nothingness was a law unique to the nothingness secret realm. It could be said that it existed, but it could also be said that it did not exist. It was a law that everyone who lived in the nothingness secret realm would master because it did not take long to comprehend this law. Of course, the prerequisite was that one was in the nothingness secret realm. As for the third law, it was the law of space. This law gave Yi Xian the ability to teleport without limit. Of course, it also consumed a lot of energy. The fourth law was the law of planes. This law was related to both the law of space and the law of nothingness. After Yi Xian mastered the law of space and the law of nothingness, he accidentally mastered this law. Combined with these 4 laws, Yi Xian's law of devour and law of puppetry, Yi Xian now possessed the power of 6 laws. And because of the power of these 6 laws, Yi Xian also directly obtained the title of king rank. However, there was still a long way to go before he could reach the emperor-level title. Another 1,000 years passed. During this time, Yi Xian studied restrictions, talismans, pill refinement, and forging non-stop. Finally, Yi Xian raised his title by 1 level and reached the emperor rank title. However, the final emperor rank title took Yi Xian a full 3,000 years. And in these 3,000 years, Yi Xian's only gain was the will to fight. Yes, in these 3,000 years, Yi Xian had been constantly fighting with the people here. Facing the true God realm, Yi Xian had suppressed his own cultivation to the true God realm. Furthermore, he didn't even use the god-slaying sword, nor did he use any of the sword attendants. Facing true gods, he suppressed his cultivation to the true God realm. Fighting non-stop, using his own instincts to fight, constantly honing his will to fight. Finally, after 3,000 years, Yi Xian successfully advanced to the emperor rank title. 5,000 years. Although it was only 5 years in the outside world, Yi Xian had truly experienced 5,000 years. Finally, he had become the envoy of nothingness. It was time to say goodbye. It was time to leave the 5th district. Other than Yi Xian, no one else knew of the existence of this place. The nothingness secret territory, the mysterious secret territory. Yi Xian, think carefully. Once you leave this place, even if you know that we are here, you won't be able to return. Are you sure you want to leave? The Grand Elder looked at Yi Xian, his eyes filled with reluctance. After 5,000 years, Yi Xian and the Grand Elder had formed a deep friendship. Grand Elder, don't worry. You said that as long as I have the venerable rank title and master some special laws, I can return. I have my reasons for leaving, but I believe that I will return here sooner or later. Alright, since you've made up your mind, you can leave. Below is the battlefield of the Masters of Gods that you speak of. You've projected down before, so I'm sure you've gained a lot. Since you're ready to leave, I'll take your projection to the mysterious place in the 1st district. Treat it as a parting gift for you. Projecting down was a special saying in the Void Realm. After grasping the laws of nothingness, those in the Void Realm could use their projection to descend to the battlefield of the Masters of Gods. It could be said that the damaged artifacts in the village had been collected from the battlefield when they were bored. Of course, as they could not leave, they could only throw these things away. This was also why the 3 men and 2 women knew about the adventurers when Yi Xian first arrived. In reality, those in the Void Realm had always been using their invisible eyes to observe everything that happened on the battlefield of the Masters of Gods. Very soon, the Grand Elder brought Yi Xian to a mysterious place through projection. The surroundings were sealed by chaotic laws, so without the Grand Elder's guidance, Yi Xian probably would not have discovered this place. Yi Xian, let's go. What we can discover and what we can obtain will all depend on your own luck. The power of the laws here is extremely chaotic. Once your mirror image is broken, you can only return empty-handed. Yi Xian nodded. Without hesitation, he entered directly. Perhaps others would need to spend a lot of time or choose, but Yi Xian did not need to. He did not care what was inside. He could just absorb it all into his devouring space. Others were afraid of the chaotic laws and did not dare to absorb them casually, but Yi Xian was not afraid. At most, he could just create a place in his devouring space for the chaotic laws to stay. As such, Yi Xian left quickly and returned quickly as well. The Grand Elder did not ask any questions. Instead, he watched as Yi Xian made his way to the edge of the Void's secret realm. After becoming an envoy of nothingness, the greatest difference was that a light screen would form around one's body. As long as the light screen reached the edge of the Void's secret realm, it would become the best concealment method. Yes, the protective laws of the Void realm would not attack. When Yi Xian stepped out, he had already appeared in the air above the true battlefield of the Masters of Gods. Yi Xian raised his head. There was nothing but nothingness. No matter what methods he used, he couldn't find anything here. However, Yi Xian knew that above him, there was a group of people who had lived with him for 5,000 years. They were watching him silently. Moreover, his raised head might remain there for a long time. After all, the difference in the flow of time was huge. Yi Xian turned around. Without hesitation, he flew off into the distance. Within the void's secret realm, Yi Xian had already found the exit. Chapter 23:38. As for the Master God battlefield, Yi Xian did not say that there was anything worth remembering. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. The only thing that made Yi Xian remember was the people in the void's secret realm. He did not know how many more void secret realms there were in the God realm, but Yi Xian knew that there was a void secret realm in the Kunlun God domain, a void secret realm that he had lived in for 5,000 years. Yi Xian had disappeared for 5 years, and many people were saying that Yi Xian might have died. After all, he had offended the Li family, so how could the Li family let him go? In the God realm, 5 years was not a long time. After all, some gods could cultivate in seclusion for millions of years. However, Yi Xian had suddenly stopped in the middle of his continuous challenges, and then went silent. It was inevitable that people would suspect that he had been killed by the Li family. Of course, to most people, Yi Xian's life and death was not something they cared about. Therefore, Yi Xian's disappearance would not change the slightest bit in the Kunlun God domain. The previous experience made Yi Xian understand that he was no match for the Li family, but at the same time, Yi Xian knew that the Li family and he would not rest until one of them was dead. This time, Yi Xian did not return to the Kunlun God domain immediately. Instead, he found Fian and the Divine Talisman race and asked them to return to the Divine Talisman race temporarily. This was because Yi Xian's next move might really force the Li family into a corner. Fian and the others naturally would not reject Yi Xian's arrangement, and they would not even ask any questions. After making arrangements for Fian and the others, Yi Xian spent half a year collecting information about the Li family. Of course, this also included the Li family's subsidiary families. At this time, Yi Xian was holding a jade talisman in his hand. This jade talisman contained all the information he had collected about the Li family. Yi Xian could not use the resources he had brought back from the battlefield of the Lords of Gods because they contained chaotic power of laws. He could not be bothered with them, so he threw them into the devouring space. He would find time to get more of them later. Now, Yi Xian was looking for trouble with the Li family. Among the affiliated families of the Li family, there were 3 sects, 4 factions, and 5 clans. These 12 forces were the most powerful among the affiliated forces of the Li family and were the most helpful to the Li family. Yi Xian's goal this time was very simple. Before he left home, he had to deal with the 3 sects, 4 factions, and 5 great clans. Remove the Li family's minions one by one. Ding! System notification, data recording complete. Following the system's notification, Yi Xian casually crushed the jade talisman. In Yi Xian's opinion, it was more reliable to leave the information with the system. Ding! System notification, based on the host's current strength, it is recommended that the host set his first target as the Qi family. Qi family? System, tell me the general situation of the Qi family. Ding! System notification, the Qi family is one of the affiliated forces of the Li family. They mainly operate 3 god crystal mines, a divine beast farm, and a divine beast hunting chamber of commerce. They provide the Li family with countless resources. The Qi family's patriarch is a divine king. In addition, the Qi family has 72 divine monarchs. Yi Xian nodded. With Yi Xian's current strength, he could indeed kill a divine king and 72 divine monarchs. Since that was the case, he would start with the Qi family. The Qi family's 3 major ore veins produced a large amount of divine realm ores, and the quality was quite good. Moreover, these 3 ore veins had many associated ores, which had always been the focus of the Qi family's operations. It could be said that each ore vein was heavily guarded by the Qi family. On this day, a young man came to the Qi family's mines. You want to be recruited to mine ores? Yes, I know the rules of the Qi family's mines. 1% of the profits can be taken away. I want to save some divine realm crystals and go home to marry a wife. This young man was dressed very ordinarily, and his appearance was also very bashful. Hee, interesting. Alright, you can go. This is your identity token. Since you know the rules of the Qi family's mines, you should also know that once you enter, you can't leave for 100 years. Understand? Yes, of course I understand. There are several uncles in our town working in the Qi family's mines. The young man said confidently. It's good that you know. Go in. Who else could this young man be but Yi Xian? When Yi Xian walked in, he could clearly hear the voice of the Qi family's guards behind him. That silly boy, he actually volunteered to work in the mines. I heard that the last batch of slaves are almost all dead. As for those who volunteer to work in the mines, it's even rarer. I didn't think that there would be a fool willing to go in. If this brat is lucky, he might really be able to come out alive. Didn't our Qi family change the rules? As long as one is willing to join, the treatment will be improved. Who knows, he might really be able to come out alive. When that happens, it will be great. How could it be so easy to earn enough divine crystals to leave the Qi family's divine crystal mine? The Qi family had the backing of the Li family, so when they did things, they were very domineering. If it wasn't for the strict management of the divine master Mi Li, the Qi family would probably still send slaves to work in the mines. As for the slaves, everyone knew that it was already good enough that half of them were real slaves. As for the rest, most of them were secretly captured. The mine Yi Xian was going to was the Qi family's largest mine. There were more than 300,000 miners inside. Every day, these miners were required to mine a certain amount of ores. If they didn't complete the task, they would be beaten, scolded, or even executed. Most of these miners were only deities. It could be said that they couldn't resist at all. Once they entered the mine, almost no one could survive 100 years. Of course, Yi Xian didn't say that he was going to let them mine. From the moment he entered, Yi Xian's figure disappeared. This time, he was only going to set up restrictions. He wanted to make the Qi family's mine disappear completely. If it weren't for the many innocent people inside, Yi Xian wouldn't have even bothered to sneak in. 3 days later, Yi Xian finished setting up the restrictions. Then, he set up a dozen teleportation portals at the same time. The location of these teleportation portals was shockingly the Lin Feng realm. Before Yi Xian arrived, he had already informed the Lin Feng realm that they would be ready to receive these people at any time. Then Yi Xian had the 1,000 Beast Sword attendants and Blossom Sword attendants all go out and spread the news. He then led the miners out of the teleportation portals. As for the guards, to Yi Xian, silently exterminating these guards was only a matter of a single sentence. The 6-syllable mantra and the death symbol incantation were no joke. What happened inside the mine was completely unknown to the people outside. Without anyone noticing, the 300,000 people inside the mine were secretly moved away by Yi Xian. Only when everything was ready did Yi Xian swagger out of the room. The Qi family had more than 10,000 people stationed here, but none of them noticed Yi Xian's actions. Chapter 2339. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The divine crystal mine that the Qi clan had been operating for many years disappeared just like that. 1357924 6810 GGGGGD. Amidst the earth-shaking explosion, the entire divine crystal mine was blown up into nothingness. It could be said that the Qi clan would have to pay a great price if they wanted to reopen this mine. However, the Qi clan didn't even have time to react from the first explosion before a second one rang out. Their second divine crystal mine was turned into ruins once more. The Qi clan was furious. Who was it? Who was it that was going against the Qi clan? However, there was no news. No one could find out who was behind this. Helpless, the Qi clan could only mobilize a large number of people to reinforce the last divine crystal mine. After all, if the last divine crystal mine was destroyed, the Qi clan would suffer a great loss. It wasn't impossible for them to not be able to recover from this setback. Yi Xian looked at the divine crystal mine from afar. At this time, the surroundings of the divine crystal mine were densely packed with countless restrictions. The Qi clan's disciples were patrolling back and forth, making it seem as if no one could enter the mine. However, Yi Xian waved his hand and his figure disappeared without a trace. Yi Xian swaggered into the divine crystal mine. No matter how the people around him searched, they couldn't find Yi Xian's whereabouts. The concealment function of the wings of the gods wasn't something that could be broken just like that. Soon, Yi Xian arrived at the interior of the divine crystal mine. It was almost the same as the previous 2 times. Yi Xian directly set up restrictions and then set up a teleportation formation, preparing to send the miners away. However, the Qi clan had suffered 2 losses already. How could they not be prepared this time? In fact, the Qi clan's people had long been lying in ambush among the miners. As soon as Yi Xian made a move, the Qi clan immediately took action. More than 30 experts from the Qi clan directly appeared beside Yi Xian, not giving Yi Xian a chance to escape. The Qi clan actually set up such a trap and waited for Yi Xian to take the bait. So it's you. Brat, who are you? Why are you causing trouble in my Qi family? Someone stepped forward and asked Yi Xian. It was obvious that he was very angry. Who are you? Yi Xian did not answer the man's question. Instead, he asked about the man's identity. Brat, I'm the Qi family's patriarch, Qi Chen. Don't tell me you didn't investigate before finding trouble with my Qi family? Qi Chen's gaze towards Yi Xian was already filled with monstrous killing intent. Why do I have to know who you are? So what if he was the patriarch of the Qi family? Originally, I was prepared to spare your life, but I didn't expect that you would seek death yourself. Brat, don't be too arrogant. You dare to say such words? I think you're the one courting death. What are you all waiting for? Go. Take down this damned bastard. Qi Chen ordered loudly. He hated Yi Xian to the core. After all, the losses that Yi Xian had caused to the Qi family were simply incalculable. Following Qi Chen's order, 2 powerhouses from the Qi family attacked without hesitation. Needless to say, these 2 people were both low-grade divine lords. Logically speaking, they should be relatively strong. The 2 of them joined hands and directly charged towards Yi Xian. However, a scene that caused everyone to be alarmed appeared. Yi Xian had only casually swung his sword twice, but the 2 powerful rays of light instantly killed the 2 Qi family powerhouses. Yes, it was an instant kill. The 2 Qi family powerhouses did not even have the ability to fight back. They were killed with a single slash. What was this? Everyone looked at Yi Xian with astonishment. Yi Xian was only a divine lord. How could he instantly kill the Qi family's powerhouses who were also divine lords? How did he do it? For a moment, no one dared to continue attacking. However, just because the Qi family didn't take the initiative to attack didn't mean that Yi Xian wouldn't either. The current Yi Xian was, at the very least, a super expert with the title of Emperor level. Crushing an opponent of the same level wouldn't be the slightest bit troublesome. Deity slaying slash. Yi Xian waved his hand and the god-slaying sword in his hand immediately erupted with 7 rays of light. Without a doubt, 7 Qi family powerhouses were killed. These powerhouses who were also divine lords couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yi Xian. You. Who exactly are you? Why do you have such strong combat strength? What enmity does my Qi family have with you? Why do you want to exterminate my Qi family? Qi Chen stared at Yi Xian. The current Qi Chen was already terrified of Yi Xian. At the beginning, Qi Chen had felt disdain for Yi Xian because he was only a divine lord. Now, there was only endless fear in his heart. How was this a combat strength that a low-level divine lord could possess? Not to mention a fellow low-level divine lord powerhouse, even a middle-level divine lord powerhouse did not even have the slightest chance to fight back in front of him. Killed with a single slash. It was as if these divine lord powerhouses weren't worthy of Yi Xian's second slash. Every time he attacked, he only needed one slash. However, this one slash was enough to kill all his opponents. The Qi family's members were forced to retreat as soon as they exchanged blows with Yi Xian. Damn it, damn it. Who exactly are you? Why do you have such strong combat strength? Stop right there. Boom. A berserk force was transmitted out, finally stopping Yi Xian's madness. However, in that split second, more than 30 experts of the Qi family had been killed by 2/3. At the moment, there were only a dozen people left around Qichen. Furthermore, it was obvious that these people were terrified of Yi Xian. How was this a battle? This was clearly a one-sided slaughter. Ding. System notification, target specified, Grade 8 Mid-Level Divine Lord. A Grade 8 Mid-Level Divine Lord. Qi Chen's strength was considered decent. However, it was obvious that this wasn't enough in front of Yi Xian. At the moment, Qi Chen was about to go crazy. This guy who had appeared out of nowhere had targeted the Qi family without asking why. It would have been fine if this guy's strength had been average. However, the key was that this guy's strength was incomparably strong. Killing existences of the same level was as simple as chopping vegetables. Qi Chen stopped his subordinates from attacking and looked at Yi Xian again. He no longer had his previous arrogance. Instead, he asked in a slightly restrained manner, "Who exactly are you? What grudges do you have with the Qi family? If I remember correctly, the Qi family doesn't know you. Why are you causing trouble for the Qi family?" Yi Xian smiled faintly and said indifferently, "That's right. The Qi family doesn't have any grudges with me. However, you've sided with the wrong person." Sided with the wrong person? Wait a minute, what do you mean by that? Who has the Qi family sided with? Chapter 2340. What? Are you going to abandon the Li family to save your life? Didn't you seek refuge with the Li family? The Li family? Sir, you must be mistaken. Although our Qi family has dealings with the Li family, we can only be considered as business partners at most, not allies. 1357924. If you have a grudge with the Li family, you can go find the Li family. Why are you looking for trouble with my Qi family? This guy is about to die, but he still wants to quibble. Does he really think Yi Xian is so easy to fool? Deity slaying slash. Suddenly, Yi Xian swung his sword and killed a member of the Qi family without any explanation. Then, he said indifferently, "What? Do you think I'm easy to fool? Or do you think your acting skills are really good? Yi Xian won't kill innocent people, but that doesn't mean he's a soft-hearted person." Sir, what do you mean? When did I lie to you? Looks like you still don't want to give up. Fine, I'll make an exception today and start a massacre. Yi Xian gestured and prepared to attack again. Who knew that this time, Qi Chen couldn't hold back anymore? Although Qi Chen had a higher cultivation, Yi Xian's fighting strength was much stronger. If the two of them really fought, they wouldn't be able to do anything to each other. Therefore, Qi Chen didn't dare to attack Yi Xian. Because unlike Yi Xian, Qi Chen still had the Qi family holding him back. Unless Qi Chen was prepared to completely give up on the Qi family, he couldn't say that he could face Yi Xian so calmly. Wait. I admit that our Qi family is indeed dependent on the Li family. However, in this world where the strong preys on the weak, if we don't rely on the Li family and use the Li family strength to intimidate our enemies, I'm afraid our enemies would have already killed us. However, even if we rely on the Li family, so what? If you have any grudges with the Li family, you can go directly to them. Why are you looking for trouble with my Qi family? Qi Chen was very excited. Yi Xian was powerful, but it was only because they were attached to the Li family that he was looking for trouble with them. This was simply unacceptable, but unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. Re-Wunner, alright, I'll give your Qi family a chance to choose. From now on, you withdraw from the Li family alliance and publicly announce that you will no longer have anything to do with the Li family. If so, I can spare your Qi family. Otherwise, I'll let your entire Qi family live in fear forever. Was this Yi Xian's true goal? To force the Qi family to withdraw from the alliance with the Li family? Would the Qi family dare to do such a thing? After all, doing so was undoubtedly equivalent to offending the Li clan. Qi Chen hesitated. He looked at Yi Xian but couldn't answer for a long time. However, he also knew that delaying like this wouldn't solve the problem. In the end, he compromised. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I promise you that the Qi family will withdraw from the alliance with the Li family and make an announcement." Qi Chen didn't have a choice. If he didn't agree, who knew what Yi Xian would do to the Qi family? Even if he agreed and made an announcement, he could tell the Li family about what happened today when the Li family's people came. Then, the Li family wouldn't find trouble with the Qi family. Qi Chen thought that his idea was very correct. However, he didn't know that he was still being schemed against by Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't care whether the Li family's affiliated families were sincere in betraying the Li family or not. As long as they made a public announcement, it was enough. The Qi family's announcement of betrayal naturally attracted the attention of many forces. However, what the Qi family didn't expect was that the Li family didn't give them any chance to explain. The moment they made a move, they suppressed the Qi family. The Qi family didn't die at the hands of Yi Xian. Instead, they all died at the hands of the Li family. Perhaps the Li family was just trying to establish their prestige so that the affiliated families wouldn't follow the Qi family's example. Unfortunately, by doing so, they'd already fallen into Yi Xian's trap. 3 months later, Yi Xian forced another small family to announce their withdrawal from the Li family's alliance. Without any suspense, the Li family went all out to suppress them again. In just 3 months, the Li family directly suppressed 2 families. All of a sudden, the Li family's affiliated families were in danger. They didn't know which family would be the next to be suppressed by the Li family. In addition, Yi Xian deliberately created a rumor that spread among the Li family's affiliated families. The Li family was preparing to annex all the affiliated families to strengthen their own strength. Yes, it was just a small piece of news. It could be said that this rumor was full of loopholes and wasn't worth believing at all. However, the Li family's affiliated families still believed it. Yi Xian cleverly used people's hearts. Yi Xian knew that the Li family's affiliated families had been under the Li family's rule for a long time. In fact, they were ready to move and would be on guard against the Li family at any time. However, the Li family's suppression of the affiliated families didn't dispel the doubts in their hearts. On the contrary, it made them even more afraid of the Li family and even more vigilant against them. Yi Xian was slowly tearing apart the Li family's power and making it collapse bit by bit. Of course, there were also some factions that were loyal to the Li family. For such factions, there was only one fate. The Heaven Domination sect was one of the Li family's affiliated sections. It was also one of the more powerful sects among the 3 sects, 4 groups, and 5 great families. This time, Yi Xian went to find this sect. The Heaven Domination sect was different from the Qi family. This was a pure sect. All the disciples were focused on increasing their strength. Once they were strong enough, many of them would serve the Li family and become their hired thugs. The Heaven Domination sect's strength was very concentrated. Apart from the disciples who were recruited by the Li family, all the disciples of the Heaven Domination sect were gathered in the sect to cultivate. Today, Yi Xian came to the Heaven